these people were being identified.
On December 11, 1990, the FBI raids Gotti's club and arrests him, his underboss Sammy Gravano, and others.
The FBI was tape recording incriminating conversations. That was where Gotti was talking about doing hits and planning the hits he had done and running the family, and he just sealed the stay. I'm not so sure if I got it. I'm afraid I got it before. I'm doing because
we couldn't keep his mouth shut. We had put bugs in other locations used by muthafuckas, and we got very little. With him,
Gotti's trial begins on January 21st, 1992. He is charged with 5 murders: conspiracy to murder, loan sharking, racketeering, illegal gambling, bribery, and tax evasion. Cocky as ever, he tells his arresting officers, "I bet you 3-1 I beat this." He isn't the Teflon Don for nothing.
his parents are in celebrity status. Because, come on, you're on the election, you know who John Gotti is? Come on. And you're on the jury, you're not going to know who he is? You know who he is. 3 times he went to trial, and every time they couldn't make anything stick. Nothing, nothing. I mean, of course, there was a little jury tampering. In response to the claims that Gotti had fixed the trade, the judge suppressed the This
identified one of the killers as Gotti associate, with each reporting the loose tightness around Gotti's neck.
19, 17, 59. Bingo! 52. 10. Double bingo!
In their world, that means you're going to be next. I got to take you out.
Gotti's loyal Sammy Gravano then makes a decision that will change his and Gotti's life.
Gotti and the big Irish mom. He had no chance at all, which is what he deserved. No chance at all. He never gave anyone else a chance. So I'm good. I don't care. Gotti lost it. Next. On wheels.
How do you spit in if you can?
You need acid, bro. Acid, bro? It's faster, bro. 8 times faster than flow race.
It's faster, bro!
It's mom to you.
Acid Pro starts working in 30 minutes. Acid Pro and go.
Our stores now have quality cabinets.
impressive. Copy distribution, horrible.
We're not afraid to criticize your pizza.
Terrible. Pathetic. I hate it.
Thank you. Until it's
I don't have to think about it. It's the end.
yes. We're building your pizza to an even higher standard. Right? I listed this in less than a minute. I told you I still wear black silk and my slip dress. Down to the press on my bed. I have dry eye. Tired. Itchy.
19, 17, 59. Bingo! 52. 10.
You'll make it pause in my symptoms. But twice daily Zyder gives me lasting relief.
Zyder treats the signs of symptoms. Don't use an allergic to Zyder and seek medical help. Food allergies, blurred vision, and unusual taste sensation. Don't touch container tips or any surface before using Zyder. Remove contact lenses 15 minutes before reinserting.
Dry eye over. It's time for Zyder.
small business owner. What your do list can be a lot. That's why Progressive makes it easy to save with a commercial auto quote online, so you can take on all your other to-dos.
Already did.
See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com.
NYC Hot Pro Massaging Balm. Easy to grip and massage and the power of 2 nitrogen pain relievers. Guess what's fast? Heat makes it last. New IC Hot Pro Massaging Balm.
For the most comfortable, luxurious, eco-friendly, handcrafted American-made mattresses on the market today. Delivered and set up in any room. Sofa, luxury mattresses.
We've had our fair share of subscription mails. Little perfection. Stays your age for at least 28 days. They're incredibly tender. Each day is trimmed perfectly with flash frozen ingredients. They guarantee 100% satisfaction. Chicken, seafood, sides, even those incredible unlocked departments. Lock in an extra 10% savings.
Did you know you could get free phone service with free data? With Text Now, it's possible. Get free calling, free texting, and free data for essential apps like email.
This weekend on OPL, stick it in your calendar.
The FBI recordings played during the trial stunned Sammy Gravano. Donnie was badmouthing, blaming him for the murders. He was also accusing Sammy of splitting the family to keep more money for his son.
Jerry was a very, very, very smart guy. I think John was jealous of him. He's going to take his spot.
The recordings he was always a faithful and obedient soldier.
This guy's backbone, I mean, I don't even know.
Save with Avis. Reserve your next car with Avis on Amazon and save off base rates. And receive an Amazon gift card. Visit Amazon.com/Avis to learn more. Taxes, fees, and optional products are not included. Blackout dates apply, subject to availability.
Restrained the kill crazy Sammy.
Sammy had become increasingly concerned that he would go down these charges. He also thought his boss body would get off free again. This made him paranoid and the sense of hopelessness that he'd been convicted.
It was only after Gravano was case he hears what Gotti's saying about him, and he gets angered. But more importantly, he looks at the quality of the evidence against him and against him, and he makes an assessment, and he said, "There's no way I'm going to beat this case. The evidence is overwhelming. We're talking there in living color about killing people."
Sammy now realizes that Gotti isn't just making him a fall guy. He also wants to bury him.
I go to prison, and I don't say nothing. He was at me in prison. I'm safer with the feds than I am safe in prison.
Betrayed and disillusioned, Sammy makes a decision that has explosive consequences for him and the mob. In November 1991, Sammy Gravano.
I'm not so sick of it. Gottie's smile fell to the floor. Sammy swore that Gotti was the boss of the Gambino.
Now you can reserve on Amazon with Avis. Head to Amazon.com/Avis for your next rental. Enter your details with one-stop trip planning. Select from a variety.
He told it all. Names, dates, places.
Variety of cars. Reserve now, pay later at Avis. No credit card required. Plus, save up to 30% off your rental and get 10%.
On April 2nd, 1992, 13 hours of deliberation, the jury returns its verdict. John Gotti is guilty of all charges.
Teflon is gone, the Don is covered with Velcro, and every charge in the indictment stuck.
Gotti's supporters overturned cars. The verdict on America's most notorious crime is less likely to be overturned.
I'm ashamed to say I'm an American in this country.
He was tried 3 or 4 different times. He only got some of them were able to bribe the jury when they had an anonymous jury that he couldn't get to. He was convicted.
On June 23rd, 1992, Gotti and his co-defendants are sentenced to a $250,000 fine and prison without parole. 6 of the Gambino Mafia family begins his life sentence at the United States Penitentiary in Marion, Illinois. He spends most of his sentence in
Save with Avis. Reserve your next car with Avis on Amazon and save off base rates. And receive an Amazon gift card. Visit Amazon.com/Avis to learn more. Taxes, fees, and optional products are not included. Blackout dates apply. Subject to availability.
becomes acting boss of the family that his father is in prison. In 1998, Gotti is diagnosed with throat cancer. 4 years later, he dies in prison at the age of 60.
Sandy was just a big brother of the Gambino family in a huge way. That's the reason why
In 2008, a federal grand jury indicted 62 Gambino family members.
Sammy destroyed organized crime. I mean, Sammy in the street, people hated him. Everybody at that time frame that I hated Sammy.
they blame John Gotti for it. But John Gotti created Sammy Guevara. And that he did what he did to something bad about it. And created a virus that hurt everybody.
Gotti was the single worst thing that could have happened to Cosa Nostra in the United States and New York, and the best thing that could have happened to law enforcement. Before he became the of the family, he was a degenerate gambler. He lost all the time. He had no business being the head of a family. He ended essentially Cosa Nostra in New York.
John Gotti played the game and won for a while. But like most gamblers, there wasn't enough. He wanted more. And that's what he lost forever. Because he didn't realise if he keep playing the house, ultimately the house is going to win. John Gotti. I sort of like that.
When you think organized crime in Boston, the first face that comes to mind is James White. Yeah, White's made his mark, left the trail his way. He sure is a town. The Boston underworld was thick with thieves.
It was not my nature to be afraid of anybody.
Were ruthless mafia bosses. He was killing people right and left. A lot of these guys, they just become serial killers. They just kill people for no reason. Professionals who could easily knock over an armored car.
They put him on the floor and cuff him to the seat. That's when they get really scared.
We're still meeting in broad daylight.
Thanks, I'm sure.
Guns on the high seas.
There's 60 people. Where there's a will, there's a way.
The world's most infamous fugitive.
Whitey Bulger
it was a very savage.
Winter 1980, on a dark Brooklyn street, Joe Kabuki had taken the last ride.
And they, put them onto the tongue.
Neighbors would later tell police they heard nothing out of the ordinary.
People were afraid. People were getting
Kabuki, the first person to comfort the grieving family, is his good friend, Sammy Devine.
Sammy's philosophy was betray or be betrayed.
Sammy and Joe are close friends.
Can you beat us in EUC, Chari?
It would take investigators years to track down the ruthless killer.
I'm Colin McLaren. I'm an ex-detective undercover in the mafia for 3 years. I got an insider's look at how mobsters work. I infiltrated a cell of mafia. A boss and 10 capos, we all became friends. I got to know their thirst for power, their greed, their treachery. So it was time to say goodbye and send them all to prison for 80 years. I conspired with a lot of but there was none harder. He sent me to
Sammy's story vividly illustrates the violence, brutality, and betrayal that is at the heart of the mafia.
Send me murdered his way to the top, leaving a trail of
Brandon, something. Your dick.
The reality of that life. He's prosecuted many of the biggest organized crime cases in the country.
You ain't got no excuse. Somebody in my family that your dick. Like, I don't know.
But there's the trade-off. You're always worried about the money every year. Someone who grew up on the same mean streets as Sammy Gravano is Andrea.
organized crime, mob, mafia, call it. I was more or less born into that lifestyle. I grew up in Brooklyn, in a very Italian area, and the celebrities in the area were the criminals, the mob guys. Sammy did a lot of damage in the streets, 19 murders. So it's like that.
Yet Sammy didn't need to pursue the mob life. Born on March 12, 1945, he was the youngest of 3 children in a comfortable
And then one thing you ain't looking over this because this. What I get?
Fencing stolen goods, armed robbery, and car theft.
Even though he was small, he was ferocious, and he would go after people with his head like a bull. He initiated fights. He liked the battle. And one of the mobsters saw him and gave him the nickname, the Bull.
Sandy is arrested a few times. By the age of 19, the only way he can stay out of jail is by joining the army.
He promised the judge that he would join the army. If he did,
Y'all want some more embarrassing footage for yourself?
He was loan sharking. He did anything he could to earn a
Cardi bitch. Nope, I broke the one. But then the other two. Well, I fucking feel like it.
And starts making a name for himself as a tough
Sammy was very into pistol. He was a tough guy. He wasn't a big guy, or he wouldn't back down to anybody.
Sammy carried himself like you should be afraid of.
He was very ambitious. He wanted
to a local captain in the Colombo crime family. Sammy's taken on as an associate, the lowest level of the mafia. At 25, he goes through the organization that lets him be.
Mr. Bones just a big
Joe Colucci, who discovers his wife has been fooling around with the boss's nephew. Colucci but the boss won't allow that. So he tells Sandy Colucci has to go. Unfortunately, he's a close friend of Sandy's. But saying no is not an option.
Sammy decided to kill a friend for the family. Very impressive. A reliable hitman is a valuable asset to the mob. Where hits are dealt out as often as parking tickets.
The hit doesn't get Sammy into the mob. There's another captain who wants his own son to be initiated into the Colombo crime family first. Sammy is rejected.
He got asked to leave. They chased him. He wound up with the Gambinos.
Sammy went back to being a lowly associate. Only now, he's with possibly the richest crime family in America.
Sammy was young and you could see he was a learner. He knew how to make money. Bookmaking, one charge, obviously all the instincts. So it wasn't a step down for him. It was a step up.
That same year, he marries an Italian girl. They have a couple of kids. For their sake, Sammy tells people he's legit, a businessman.
If you don't hit a jackpot,
He was in the construction business
but it was a dishonest construction business. He was shaking down and having companies. There was a lot of dough to be made. He was shaking.
Sammy's reputation as a reliable hitman and his ability to earn big money impresses the Gambino boss. At the age of 31, Sammy the Bull Gravano finally becomes a made man and goes through the traditional mafia initiation.
At the point you get hugs all around and, everybody gets introduced to everybody. They see that it's family. This is family. This is my family. And they find that this is a way of being accepted, of being part of something.
It's a big day for Sammy. He has always wanted to be in the mafia. It gives him wealth and power, and he fully believes in the myth of the strong secret society with its ancient code of honor. But it won't be long before Sammy's faith in the mafia is severely tested, when he is ordered to kill one of his own family.
I'm Natalie Morales. I'm Nancy O'Dell. I'm never normal. The enduring fascination with celebrity. Part of this is wrong with them. There are highs and there are lows. We're always along for the ride. On Reels, we're with you to remember the real stories, to take you behind closed doors, to expose the real celebrity. Real lives, real stories, real celebrities.
Sammy Gravano has committed his first murder to become a member of the Gambino crime family. His ruthless ambition has got him mentioned in TV shows like The Sopranos, and portrayed in movies like Witness to the Mob and John Travolta's Gun. Detective Colin McLaren spent 3 years undercover in the mafia. He knows a mobster's life is not glamorous. It's brutal and treacherous, and cheap. Death shadows every wise guy. As a made man, Sammy Gravano is now asked to show the ultimate proof of loyalty, to kill one of his own relatives.
Sammy was very treacherous and killed his brother-in-law. People talked about it. That was the sickest thing ever, the wife's brother.
Sammy's brother-in-law, Nicky Chavetta, is an associate of the Gambino family. He's got involved with narcotics and has become unreliable.
He was a drug addict. They were afraid he was going to open his mouth, and he was talking stuff in the streets.
Nicky is a loose cannon, so Sammy has been ordered to silence him.
This is a rude awakening for Sammy. A contract hit is one thing, but Nicky's family, it's the ultimate test. If he doesn't do it, he's out of the game, and his own neck is on the line.
Sammy lures his brother-in-law to an after-hours club, where 2 of his crew are waiting.
He killed him. That's the life. Do what you got to do.
That was the level of his ruthlessness. It was unbelievable.
Sammy had sympathized with his wife, when her brother was dead and his in-laws. This false sympathy and condolences. It was an example of how vicious he was and how self-consumed he was.
The mob has become Sammy's life. It has given him power, respect, and the opportunity to shine.
Sammy was a very, very, very smart guy. Forget about a tough guy, ruthless guy. He was brilliant. He was so smart. He knew how to start businesses. Construction, bricklaying, Constantly, whatever. Who's in the business?
Sammy spreads the money around. It buys him loyalty.
He was taking care of everybody else so they don't rat. I'll make sure you get a piece, he gets a piece, she gets a piece. I mean, that's a good business person.
By 1980, his scams had turned him into a multi-millionaire. He owned racehorses, a restaurant, a bar, a nightclub, and on a weeks, he'd become a money-making minx for the Gambino family.
In March 1980, the head of the Philadelphia family is murdered without the consent of the Mafia's Council of Bosses. So they order the death of the conspirators. Sammy is given one of the contracts. Johnny Keys Simone knows the hit is coming. He asks to die like a man of honor with his shoes on, which was a private message to his wife that he was killed by a made man. Gravano obliges him. It's over in a heartbeat. The job goes so smoothly that Sammy is congratulated by the Gambino boss himself. But the next time Sammy kills, there will be no praise.
This is where Sammy the Bull's nightclub, the Farm Street, was located. He was putting in a small fortune until the dodgy businessman come drug dealer Frank Fiala turned up with $1 million.
Fiala had some trouble with the club's staff after a party had thrown him. As payback, he decided to buy the place.
So they have a meeting. Fiala produces $1 million and pays Gravano. And Gravano said the next day, I'll take care of all the paperwork and get you the deed.
Later that night, when Fiala leaves the club, Sammy cancels the sale.
Brooklyn DA's office, New York City Police Department investigate the case, and they can't get any witnesses. They come up dry.
The people in the area know to keep their mouths shut. They don't speak because you're afraid. You're afraid something's going to happen to you.
Sammy's boss, Paul Castellano, is furious at him for killing Fiala, who is not in the mob.
It wasn't like Frank. Was it a guy that's a killer? In our lifestyle, they don't go kill innocent people. Really, they don't. They kill within amongst themselves over territory, over money.
Sammy lies low for nearly a month in case Castellano decides to clip him. Eventually, he returns to face the music.
Sammy's life was spared. He told Castellano that he never sought permission to knock Fiala in case the hit itself backfired. It worked. However, that murder was the start of a downturn in relationship between Sammy and his boss.
Sammy is also spared, thanks to the intervention of Gambino underboss Neil Della Croce, who persuades Castellano he's too valuable to waste.
The Gambino family was split down the middle. Half supported Castellano. The
factions within the family led to a major problem. Della Croce had about half the crews. About 10 out of the 20 crews were sort of subservient to him.
Castellano decided to ignore the conflict, only because Neil was dying from cancer. But as soon as he died, Castellano wanted to get rid of Neil's supporters permanently.
One of the most loyal capitals to the Della Croce part of the family was John Guy. Gotti led a crew which was on the Queens, Brooklyn border. Paul Castellano decided to wipe out the Gotti faction. under the excuse that they had been involved in narcotics.
Sandy Gravano and John Gotti have a lot in common. Without Della Croce's protection, they are both dead. So when Gotti proposes a radical solution to their problems, it's an offer that's hard to refuse.
Gotti's solution was as ambitious as it was suicidal. He was going to kill Castellano. Sandy agreed to help him with the hit, a decision that would completely change his life.
People are fascinated with famous people. But why?
I want to be rich like celebrities. I think we live vicariously through them. I can't keep my eyes off of them.
What is it that makes us want to know more about the people in the limelight?
They make us laugh. They make us cry. It's emotional when a celebrity dies. It's like a loved one passes.
That's the power of celebrity. Real life, real stories, real celebrities.
Gambino underboss Neil Della Croce is dying of cancer. He has been protecting Sammy Gravano and John Gotti from their boss, Paul Castellano, who wants them dead because he believes they are dealing drugs. So Sammy agrees to help Gotti eliminate Castellano before he kills them.
John came to a conclusion. This guy's got to go.
On December 16, 1985, 2 weeks after Della Croce dies, Sammy Gravano and John Gotti have front row seats to one of the biggest hits in Mafia history. The assassination of Godfather Paul Castellano and his underboss, Tommy Bellotti.
They set it up at Spark Steakhouse, holding Tommy Bellotti from the front.
The hit is quick and precise. Gotti and Gravano keep their hands clean by hiring freelance gunmen to do the job.
They wrecked them right there on the street. Great brazen murder. Doing Christmas shoppers walking around. I mean, that's gutsy.
While pretending to be hunting for Castellano's killers, Gotti informs the other crime families that he is now the new Gambino boss. He wants their approval.
A lot of the guys in the commission didn't like it. But just you got there for one was a pool player. Even the Lucchese's didn't like it. You don't take out a boss. That's real rule number one. You don't do that.
The other bosses don't want a war on their hands. So they reluctantly accept Gotti as the new Gambino godfather. But they warn him that someday someone will have to pay.
By killing Paul Castellano overnight, John Gotti became the boss, and who was one of his closest confederates and henchmen? Sammy Gravano.
Sammy suddenly jumped from being a mere soldier to being a capo of his own crew. He could now make millions of dollars from all the rackets that his soldiers were involved in.
Back then, they had a lot of stuff locked up. Your construction, your private sanitation, your fashion industry.
One of the things Sammy did was that you got into unions. And by getting into unions, you could shake down construction companies who didn't want work stoppages.
They said you can't put a building up in New York. Nobody, I don't care who you are, unless you come and give kickbacks to the Gambino crime family. Billions of dollars were made.
Alongside construction shakedowns, loan sharking, and gambling, the big money fight comes from drugs, which in the 1980s has spread across every borough of New York. The older mafia bosses don't touch drugs, ruling that those who do risk paying the ultimate price: mafia execution.
Carlo Gambino was totally against drugs, and so was Paul Castellano.
The theory was the only long sentences any of the members could get, even if they got nabbed on a drug charge, because you could get 20 to 30 years, 40 years.
While he was undercover, Colin McLaren saw the impact of those long sentences on many monsters.
Drugs made a mockery of a murder. The mob's oath to silence. It created loose lips. Mobsters facing jail, trafficking could become rats and get out sooner. Others that became junkies, they would often do anything to get their next fix. And yet the younger ones couldn't get enough of the drugs or the money. Sammy Cavano, he didn't touch drugs, but some of these men weren't so strong.
One of Sammy's crew, Nick Mormando, gets hooked on crack cocaine. He also gets another member addicted. Then he says he's leaving to start his own crew. Sammy decides he can't allow him to do that. Mormando knows too much. With Gotti's permission, he calls Mormando for a meeting. And in classical mob style, Nick is silenced for good.
The classical mob killing is shooting behind the ear. Usually with a 22.
In June 1986, John Gotti is locked up, awaiting trial on charges under the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, a powerful federal law designed to combat organized crime. Sammy and another mobster named Angelo Ruggiero are running things while he's away. Angelo comes back from visiting the boss with a message for Sammy.
Sitting in front of an office that was once here, Sammy got a message to kill a wise guy by the name of Robert DiBernardo. Apparently Robert had said some bad things towards Gotti. Trouble was, Sammy and Robert knew each other. So Sammy went out of his way to get rid of the hit. But no. Gotti wanted that wise guy dead.
My experience with family loyalty in the mafia is that there is none. The reason why I say that is they constantly go to war against each other.
DiBernardo might be a friend of his, but Sammy has no choice other than to obey Gotti's orders.
That's the lifestyle you choose. It's either kill or be killed.
Sammy calls DiBernardo to his office for a meeting. He offers him a coffee.
These people are supposed to be together, but they have no problem killing each other. None at all.
Sammy found out that Angelo owed Robert $250,000. Therefore, he might have invented Gotti wanting him dead. You do the math. It's a pretty tough world, the mafia.
Gotti's RICO trial ends in a hung jury. The Dapper Dawn is back. Sammy begins to have some doubts about Gotti's leadership style, but he keeps them to himself.
No one could say that Sammy Gravano was looking for headlines or was a flamboyant mobster. He disliked the idea that you flaunted your power and that you attracted attention. Totally unlike John Gotti.
By now, Sammy was a consummate hitman. However, he was living in the shadows. He really wasn't paying attention to what lay ahead of him.
Politics in the mafia is a deadly business. In 1987, Gotti promotes Sammy Gravano to underboss and gives his old crew to another capo. Louis Melito, one of Sammy's closest allies, thinks he is next in line to be capo. He feels insulted and makes the fatal mistake of bad-mouthing Gotti's decision. So, in typical mafia fashion, his close friend, Sammy the Bull, is ordered to silence him.
I know firsthand that it doesn't matter if you can be someone's best friend one day and the next day you're looking at them and you're looking straight at a gun. Them holding it.
Like so many before him, Melito is called to meet Sammy. Killing becomes a way of life when you're in the life.
I don't miss the treachery and the backstabbing, and what I've grown to know is the reality of that life.
It was something that I'll never understand. Why would you risk so much with people that would kill you in a heartbeat? Why?
Sammy's success in the swamp of mafia politics gave him two major headaches. It attracted the attention of the FBI, who soon had him in their sights, and he began to think that Gotti was getting a little bit jealous of him.
Sammy gave Gotti every month $2 or $3 million as part of his own loot.
Sammy was very smart in that way. He ran a lot of businesses. I think John was jealous of him because he was afraid that Sammy's going to take my spot.
But Sammy is actually loyal and obedient. He accepts Gotti's orders without question.
As an underboss, he was a vital factor in rubbing out, killing, destroying anybody that John Gotti considered loyal.
So Gotti keeps his jealousy to himself for now, but it will soon become a major problem.
Money, power, sex, drugs. In one Hollywood, they can get away with murder.
When do you tune out a train wreck?
He's like the cat with my life. He keeps coming back.
She wanted to be a star. This was her time to shine.
That's just the tip of the iceberg.
Reels, real lives, real stories, real celebrities. Reels Channel is an independent, family-owned network providing great entertainment. Reels is available on cable and satellite systems nationwide, with full episodes streaming on Reels Now and on demand through mobile apps and other connected devices. To find out more about Reels, go to Reels.com.
As underboss of the Gambino family, Sammy Gravano lives like a movie star. He is very wealthy and powerful. His vicious climb to the top has been talked about in The Sopranos and charted in movies like Gotti and Rob the Mob. His boss, John Gotti, is worried that Sammy is becoming too big and popular. During his time in the Mafia, Detective Colin McLaren saw how mistrust often led to bloodshed.
The mob is a nest of treacherous vipers. But Gotti should know that if he turned on Sammy the Bull, the dangerous killer, he would draw first blood.
Sammy Gravano now has two serious problems. A jealous boss who can easily turn on him, and the FBI. Federal agents are dispatched to watch his every move. Gotti's Manhattan base is under 24-hour surveillance.
We bugs with the FBI in the social club, the organized social club. The FBI had intensive surveillance. They were rented apartments and they had cameras all up and down Mulberry Street. They had agents out there.
I'm on the move for toys or games or kids, right? I'm on the move for plants, I'm on the move for gangs, I'm on the move for all that stuff there. This is what
He was almost childish. We had recorded the conversation of people gathered around him, talking to him about what he was entitled to as boss of the family, who could talk to him directly. He just wasn't a good boss. He wasn't a good leader.
They were seeing people coming, and Gotti would stand out in front of the place, and he would kiss people on 2 cheeks, he'd kiss people on 1 cheek. And because of the various traditions, the agents, the intelligence experts were able to make an assessment. Well, this guy's an important guy.
Aside from the constant irritation from the FBI, the biggest threat to the mafia were the rats, mobsters who turned informant. And one of the biggest rats in the Gambino family was
Willie Boy Johnson.
Johnson is another childhood friend of Sammy's, who for years has supplied the feds inside information. In 1985, when Gotti faces racketeering charges, prosecutors hope to win the case with Johnson's insider testimony. But Gotti threatens Johnson. If he testifies, his family will suffer. So Johnson refuses to take the stand, and Gotti walks free.
Gotti walked, mainly because of Sammy. Sammy was a lot more than a reliable hitman and a good earner. He was a shrewd negotiator.
Sammy Price, I don't know if you know that, but he gave $60,000 to the juror.
Sammy had arranged a payoff to one of the jurors that led to Gotti's acquittal.
With Gotti free, there is no need to honor any promises made to a rat. Johnson's time is up.
Anybody John Gotti suspected of being a traitor or not showing him enough respect. John gave the hit contract, Sammy carried it out.
Johnson is terminated, and his killer has disappeared before anyone sees anything. In January 1990, the flamboyant John Gotti is in court again, this time for the shooting of a union official.
He was always in some kind of trouble. He managed to beat the first raps, but it was spotlight, law enforcement attention, all over it. He was enveloped in notoriety.
A month later, Gotti is again acquitted of all charges. Nothing seems to stick to him. The media start calling him the Teflon Don, and Gotti starts thinking he's untouchable.
He was a person who just craved the limelight, loved reading about himself in the papers or watching himself on television. There was nothing too petty that he wouldn't comment on.
Gotti's lust for fame didn't sit well with Sammy and the others in the Gambino family. They felt he attracted way too much attention. And his regular gatherings at Rave Night Club made them easy targets for the feds. This was only ever going to end badly.
Outside the ribbon, outside a party. Sam Gravano didn't like that. He told John many times, you gotta deal with it, bro. This is too much.
Sammy's victim, number 18, is 49-year-old Eddie Garofalo. He lives on a quiet street in Brooklyn. Garofalo has recently been convicted for the illegal demolition of some buildings in Manhattan. But he is only given a conditional discharge and a fine, which makes Gotti suspicious. He must be cooperating with the feds. He has to be retired. Sammy is ordered to give him the ticket.
Well, Sammy was busy fixing leaks within the family and also fixing juries in court. In October 1990, John Gotti got himself in trouble again. This time it was the RICO legislation. It was big time. The FBI surveillance crews had amassed hundreds of hours of audio-visual footage of John Gotti and his cronies inside the Rave Night Social Club. It used to be here on Mulberry Street.
Sammy's last piece of work is to rub out a Gambino-made man named Louis DiBono.
Sammy and DeBono had history, bad history. 8 years earlier, they were in business together until Sammy caught him stealing. Now DeBono was at it again, and Sammy asked for permission to take him out. But DeBono, he told Gotti that he had $1 billion construction contract coming, and Gotti could make a ton of money. Gotti's greed won out. He refused to hit, and it was business as usual.
Celebrities are the people we invite into our homes. We watch their TV shows. We pay money to see their movies. But why?
They leave us with something to talk about on and on. There's the celebrity in them, and then there's the human being in them. They give us a lot, too. cute for their page. You know, I like to see when celebrities pick themselves up.
That's the power of celebrity. Real life, real stories, real celebrities.
A Gambino captain, Louis Di Bono, has been stealing money from the family. Sammy wants to get rid of him, but Di Bono has promised Gotti a huge payday from a construction company.
10 months go by and the construction job was in full swing, but Gotti never saw a dime. He kept trying to get De Bono to come and talk to him, but he never showed up.
Louis De Bono didn't show up a couple of times. And John found that as being disrespectful. To me, you're like slapping me in the face. I don't gotta go there. I gotta show up all the time. That just shows you he's level with his ego. You know, that you had to be there.
It was very normal. If you cross me and you do something wrong, you're going to get killed. Like in that era, it was kill or be killed.
Sammy puts the word out, and soon he knows where to find his livery operator. Di Bono's body is found in his car. As usual, there are no clues as to who might have killed him or why. Sammy doesn't know it yet, but this is the last problem he is ever going to fix for John Gotti. A massive wave of indictments is about to come crashing down on New York's mafia families.
The New York State Organized Crime Task Force had votes on 2 of the 5 families. The FBI had votes on the other 3. So putting all of the electronic surveillance together, putting together information that came from informants and people who would cooperate and willing to testify, the entire case was put together.
In December of 1990, the doors of the Ravenna Social Club forced open. John Gotti and the Bull were arrested on a string of racketeering charges, but this time the court was ready for them. The jury would be hidden away, their names remained anonymous with duration. And the tapes were played in court, gathered by the FBI. The evidence was unbelievably strong.
We're talking there in living color about killing people. The evidence is unmistakable.
Sammy, in fact, had asked Gotti we should have separate trials. He thought there'd be a better chance this way of one of them beating the rap. And Gotti said no. Gotti wanted everybody there together. That nobody would ever take a plea. You went down with your guns blazing.
Sammy doesn't know what evidence there is against him until he sees the transcripts of the FBI tapes.
Sammy was almost calling him a rat, saying how could he say all these things on tape about me? I was there, you know. So he was very, very disgusted, hurt, frustrated with John. We found out that Gotti had been bad-mouthing him. And Gotti had been sort of suggesting that Sammy had carried out a lot of murders without authorization.
Gotti gives the impression that he is a long-suffering boss who's lost control of this mad dog killer who's run amok.
Yeah, there are some people who are congenitally incapable of saying good things about people all the time. You know, they constantly want to badmouth somebody behind their back. And I think that's sort of what Gotti was doing. He was legendary for doing that. And Ravano was a wild child.
Sammy began to suspect that Gotti was going to make him the sacrificial lamb. That he was going to go down and look like Gotti was just some innocent bystander.
John was talking bad about him, Sammy behind his back. Once Sammy heard that, in their world, that means you're going to be next. I got to take you out.
Sammy felt his life was in serious danger, but not from the vets, from his own boss. John Gotti was going to make him a scapegoat.
But the Bull Gravano, he's a fighter. And he had one card up his sleeve to play.
Sammy is not going to be Gottie's fall guy. If his loyalty and silence are not valued, then he will not value them either.
In his mentality, John was backstabbing. And he said, no. Because even if I go to prison and I don't say nothing, you can get me in prison. So where am I safe? I'm safer with the feds than I am safe in prison. So that was the reason why he decided he had to flip.
On October 10th, 1991, Sammy tells the federal agents he is going to testify against Gottie.
I like when the mafia bosses roll over on each other. It's almost a win for the good guy. At the time, the Bull was the highest ranking mafia figure in the five families. He ranked a code of silence and helped the feds. In doing so, he would help put Gottie away in a concrete cell without parole for the rest of his days.
As part of my collaboration, I told the government about my life of crime, including the fact that I participated in 19 murders.
Sammy is never made to testify against his own crew. But his evidence as a state witness helps put away a further 36 members of the mafia.
Sammy destroyed organized crime. I mean, Sammy in the street, people hated him. Everybody got that time frame that I hated Sammy because so many people went to jail because of Sammy.
Well, Sammy flipping was just a big blow to the Gambino family in a huge way. But the Gambino family was insane. A lot of people lost respect for the family. They blamed John Gotti for it. John Gotti created Sammy Gravano.
John Gotti dies in prison in 2002, aged just 61. At the end of the trial, Sammy Gravano is handed a reduced sentence of 5 years. Having already served 4, he does less than a year. Gravano then enters the witness protection program, and the government moves him to Arizona.
Sammy got a deal of the century. He was able to keep his money, his millions, set up a life in Arizona, all that.
Sammy never talked to witness protection. No one ever does. He started getting media interviews and published his autobiography. He constantly broke the program's rules, got in trouble with the law, and wound up back in prison.
At the end of the day, it really doesn't pay. Crime doesn't really pay. You know why? Because it all comes to an end. Either you're going to do 100 years in prison or you're going to get a bullet. When you dance with the devil, it's never good.
After numerous hiccups, Sammy Gravano is now incredibly on parole and will remain strictly monitored for the rest of his days.
Mobsters Carmine Persico and Larry Gallo meet in secret to plan a rebellion.
It was crazy. It was really, really crazy. It was all about power and money.
Persico and Gallo refused to pay the steep pay tax demanded by their boss, Joe Capacci.
Now, Capacci was a titan, important leader. Nevertheless, they pulled a spectacular feat.
Rebelling against a mafia boss is suicide.
So they were on the hit list.
What one of the rebels doesn't know is that the hitman is already there.
When you're living that life, could be your best friend that ultimately killed you.
This vicious act of treachery earns Persico his nickname, the Snake. The Snake's ruthless ambition would then practically destroy one of New York's most powerful mafia families. Now, a uniquely qualified investigator will retrace the events that led to this devastation.
I'm Colin McLaren. I'm an ex-detective, and I went undercover in the mafia for 3 years. I got a speed-sided look at how mobsters think and work. I infiltrated the cell of the mafia, a boss and 10 capos. We all became friends. I got to know what they were like, their thirst for power, their greed, their treachery. So it was time to say goodbye and send them all to prison for 80 years. Just like the mafia wanted to help bring to justice, the same Virgil, one of the strongest in this rock game. He had to time of blood on his climbing to the top.
In a North Carolina prison sits one of the most dangerous men in America, Carmine the Snake Person. He's been behind bars since 1987, serving a sentence of 139 years. Most of his brutal career has been spent behind bars. And yet, from here he has orchestrated massive union rackets, mob wars, and countless murders. Many of the Snake's ruthless deeds have supplied a wealth of Hollywood movie and television plot lines for decades. Carmine Persico was born on August 8, 1933, the second of 3 brothers. His father was a legal stenographer for several Manhattan law firms.
Persico had no excuse to go into the underworld. He didn't come from an impoverished family.
The family lives in the Red Hook area of Brooklyn.
His family was better off than most of his neighbors. His father had a very good, steady job. There was no shortage of money.
The Snake was impressed by the wise guys he saw in his own neighborhood. He wanted what they had, pretty girls and cash and power. He too wanted to be prince of the dark streets.
Growing up, I was surrounded by these types of people my whole life. You go into a restaurant, you're getting, the best treatment, you're getting the best seat, you're getting stuff for free. I mean, it seems very glamorous.
Not surprising, but the Snake had his chance with his brothers Theo and Alphonse to join the mafia. He grabbed it by the throat. I saw a lot of those types when I was in the mafia, men chasing all the power.
Persico drops out of school at 16 and joins a street gang called the Garfield Boys. His 2 brothers also become members.
Even though he wasn't well built, he was a ferocious fighter. And he dabbled in a lot of street films. And when he was barely 17, he killed somebody else in a street fight. Even though he was arrested, he managed to beat the rap. And that raised his prestige.
They call my person of the famous man. You think my neighborhood. There's a tough guy in South Brooklyn.
The young Persico soon attracts the attention of a mobster in his neighborhood. Frankie Abatamarco is a capo for the Pachi Mafia family. He hires the young Persico as an enforcer.
Now the Snake is finally connected to the mafia family. What he'd always wanted. He was mighty pleased with himself.
At first, Persico is employed collecting debts for bookmakers and loan sharks. But soon he moves up into more profitable crimes like burglaries and hijacks. In Frankie Abatamarco's crew, he meets 3 tough thugs called the Gallo Brothers. Their leader is Joe Gallo.
They called him Crazy Joe Gallo when he was here. He was a very powerful mob guy back in the 60s.
He was a wow. He was the guy. He was the toughest gang in Brooklyn.
Persico and the gallows become friends. They're all hungry to become made men, full-fledged members of the mafia. Persico is just 24 when he is given the opportunity to make his bones and join the mafia. To be initiated, he has to carry out a contract killing. The target is one of the mob's most feared killers, Albert Anastasia. He runs an outfit for the mafia known as Murder Incorporated.
Albert Anastasia was known as the Mad Hatter. He was a veteran killer. Nobody knows the exact amount, but if you said he was involved in 50 murders, it might be an understatement.
Anastasia wants to muscle in on the other New York crime families. Persico and the Gallo brothers are given the contract to take him out. It's a tough task. Anastasia usually has a bodyguard by his side, except when he's in the barber's chair.
Anastasia was having a haircut and a shave inside this Midtown hotel. It was a classic mafia scene, a cut and shave. His bodyguard decided to take a bit of a stroll, and at that moment 2 men burst in with their guns and shot Anastasia dead. It was that simple, just like a Cagney movie.
I've never been anything like this. Unprecedented. Carmine later boasted about it. I mean, the idea that he was involved in killing a boss, that made his reputation. He was never shy about it. He even called a hit squad his Anastasia crew captain.
1 minute of work and a hail of bullets. The snake was elevated to the position of a made man in the Papachi family. Now he was living the dream.
Persico is extremely ambitious, and being just a soldier in the mafia is not enough. Soon, an opportunity arises for him to grab the world power.
The boss of the family, Joe Papachi, was living like a king. The mandatory trappings of a New York mansion, a flash pad on Miami Beach, a 300-acre estate. He was rolling in greenbacks. But his lifestyle required major funding from his troops, which set his army grumbling, but no one dared protest. Until the snake, Miguel, decided that had enough.
Frankie, feeling powerful, impressed by his tough crew, thinks his payments to Papachi are too high. He unilaterally decides to lower them. Frankie's revolt leaves him $50,000 in the hole to his boss. An expensive debt, even by mob standards. Papachi collects it in classic mafia style. For the Badamarco day, his money-making operations are taken over by Papachi. This leaves Frankie's crew, which includes Persico and Gallo, without an income.
They were angry. They couldn't show their faces on the street because the boss would have them killed. So the 2 thugs decided to fight back, a decision they would soon regret.
I'm Natalie Morales. I'm Nancy O'Dell. I'm Deborah Norval. The enduring fascination with celebrity. Why are we so wrong with them? There are highs and there are lows. We're always along for the ride. On Reels, we're with you to remember the real stories, to take you behind closed doors, to expose the real celebrity. Real lives, real stories, real celebrities.
Carmine Persico, known on the street as the Snake because he double-crossed his friends, is a ruthlessly ambitious mobster who craves power, wealth, and a movie star lifestyle. His exploits have inspired Hollywood movie and television storylines for many years. Detective Colin McLaren spent 3 years undercover in the mob. He's seen firsthand how treacherous the mob life really is.
The snake Persico. He rose to through sheer treachery and absolute violence. I saw a lot of snakes when I was in my mafia cell. Very high in ambition, but unfortunately very low when it came to discipline.
Persico has had to commit murder to join the mob. Now he and his partners, the Gallo brothers, have double-crossed their boss, Joe Propaci. They refuse to pay the tributes he demands. The penalty for mutiny is death, so they fight back.
They kidnapped 5 of his captives, including his brother-in-law.
In exchange for their safe return, Persico demands they pay lower tribute to their godfather, Propaci.
It was an audacious plan, but poorly conceived. No boss was ever going to let anybody get away with such a lack of respect. What were these guys thinking?
Propaci had no interest in satisfying these people because this revolt had been suppressed. He suppressed it by getting the snake Persico now to double-cross the Gallo brothers.
Propaci doesn't trust Persico at all, but he knows that he is greedy and ambitious. So Propaci bribes the snake to change sides. Persico accepts.
Persico could see that Propaci had more troops, better armed, and was stronger.
Persico calls a meeting with his friends. Larry Gallo arrives. He has no idea his partner has been paid to kill him.
So first he double-crossed Propaci, then how he double-crosses and betrays the Gallo.
But Gallo is in luck. An off-duty policeman decides to check on the place. This extraordinary moment went on to inspire a scene in the second Godfather. Following the snake's attempt to murder Larry Gallo, his brothers are out to get even. It's open season between Persico and the Gallos. Persico nearly meets his maker when they ambush him on the road.
It looked like a real bloody warfare, no question about it.
The war goes on for 2 years, until Persico and Joe Gallo are both locked up for extortion. Finally, the shooting stops. And around that time, their boss, Joe Propaci, dies of cancer. A new boss is chosen. Joe Colombo is a very successful capo with a strong following. The family takes his name.
The time that Propaci died, had some good luck or bad luck, but both Joey Gallo and the Carmine Snake Persico were serving time, so there's no way they had any voice in selecting the successor to Propaci. Joe Colombo was now their boss whether they liked it or not.
Colombo knows the snake is dangerous, even behind bars. To keep him on his side, Colombo promotes Persico to capo of his own crew, a job he excels at when he is released.
Persico took to his promotion like a duck to water. His crew got into some big money rackets, including extortion, loan sharking, and hijacking trucks. They became one of the biggest money makers in the mob. However, their greed caught the eye of the tiger. The FBI was determined to put an end to their run.
Persico was convicted on hijacking charges. He was tried 5 times for the hijacking. Mistrial, one right after the other. He was finally convicted in 1970.
Persico is locked up again, this time for 8 years. While he's behind bars, his ex-partner and arch-enemy, Joe Gallo, is released from prison.
When Joey Gallo gets out of prison, he's resentful. Or if he'd been around, most likely he might have been the boss. Moreover, he didn't like the idea that Colombo was in charge and that he wasn't getting it, that Joey Gallo was not getting any compensation.
Gallo goes to see Joe Colombo and demands $100,000 to keep the peace and accept Colombo as the new boss.
Dr. Colombo wasn't going to shell out any money to Joey Gallo.
Gallo feels insulted. It's the start of another violent family conflict. And the first victim is the new boss himself, Joe Colombo.
On the 20th of June 1971, Joe Colombo was here at Columbus Circle, addressing a rally of his newly formed Italian-American Civil Rights League. He set up the league as a deflection from law enforcement agencies in case the FBI were looking at him. He would claim anti-Italian sentiment. Joe Colombo was smart, at least for 5 minutes. On that same day, a gunman stepped out of the crowd. Bang, 3 times, shot him in the head.
Colombo survives, but is brain damaged and remains paralyzed until his death in 1978.
Most of the credible evidence is that Joey Gallo was somehow behind the attempt to kill Joe Colombo.
The shooting of Joe Colombo is a golden opportunity for Percival, who is still doing time. Now he can give full rein to his all-consuming ambition to take over the family. But first he must eliminate his arch-rival, Joey Gallo.
While he was in prison, Percival and his cohorts were really gaining terrific strength. Joey Gallo was a marked man.
From prison, Persico orders Joe Gallo's murder.
April the 7th, 1972, Joey Gallo was inside this restaurant celebrating his birthday. After his entourage arrived, a message went out to 4 Colombo family thugs that were waiting nearby. The 4 burst into the restaurant and riddled Joey's body with bullets.
Before he could get to his main course, Joey Gallo was dead. And the killers got away. And now that Gallo is out of the way, lo and behold, Carmine the Snake Percival takes control of the family.
At 40, Persico is the youngest boss of all the New York families. When he finally gets out of prison in 1979, only one Gallo brother is still alive, and he has moved on to another family. The war is over. It's time to make money.
But the FBI had other ideas. In October of 1984, they dropped a bombshell. It was called the Colombo trial. Persico and his leadership were indicted on multiple charges of racketeering. And the Snake's reaction? He was not about to go back to prison, so he went on the run.
While Persico is in hiding, an even bigger threat is gathering that can take him down for good.
People are fascinated with famous people, but why?
I want to be rich like celebrities. I think we live vicariously through them. I can't keep my eyes off of them.
What is it that makes us want to know more about the people in the limelight?
They make us laugh. They make us cry. It's emotional when a celebrity dies. It's like a loved one passes.
That's the power of celebrity. Real lives, real stories, real celebrities.
In October 1984, Carmine the Snake Persico, boss of the Colombo crime family, is on the run. He's wanted on charges of labor racketeering and can't face another long stretch inside. So the FBI launches a national manhunt for the Snake. He's on their 10 most wanted list.
The Snake was no marathon runner. He hid out in the well-to-do suburb only 30 minutes from Brooklyn. As I would learn the Mafia, they're never too far away from their own spoils. He shacked up with his cousin and her husband, Freddie Christopher, a small-time cook who had recently done over Los Feds. He was singing like a bird. Then he picked up the phone to the FBI handler and started singing again.
One of the ironies in his life is Persico never thought anyone would betray him, even though he was a master at double crosses.
early 1985, the snake is arrested at his cousin's home. De Christopher bagged a $50,000 reward for ratting out Persico, who is now firmly in the FBI's sights.
Persico's arrest was just the start of his problems. The government had two monster cases against him. The first was the Colombo trial for racketeering, and the second was the Mafia Commission trial, a much bigger and far-reaching case aimed at destroying New York's organised crime families.
The Colombo trial hits Persico and his crime family hard.
We had convicted, I think, 5 bosses of the Colombo government.
For the Mafia Commission, trial prosecutor Rudy Giuliani brings into play a powerful weapon, the RICO law.
The RICO statute is racketeer-influenced crime organizations. So you have an enterprise that exists and makes money through committing crime. So rather than investigating an individual person or an individual crime he committed, you investigate it as an enterprise.
It wasn't just Persico and his Colombo crew. Godfathers of all 5 New York Mafia families are indicted for being the masterminds behind organized crime in New York City.
If the prosecutors could prove that you were the boss of a family, it meant a lifetime sentence.
According to an informant, Persico and Gambino boss John Gotti proposed to kill the chief prosecutor of the Mafia Commission trial, Rudy Giuliani. Ironically, the future mayor of New York is saved by the bosses of the other Mafia families. They veto the hit.
In the United States, you don't do those things. You don't kill cops. The method of operation has always been to avoid that. Now we're going to go and actually Rudy Giuliani, it would be suicidal. So, senior heads prevail.
In June 1986, the Colombo trial finds Persico guilty of racketeering, and it's his cousin, Fred De Christopher, who sinks in it for good.
Carmine's cross-examination tried to ridicule and defame his cousin. It didn't work. The cousin-in-law's evidence was the most convincing.
He testifies that while staying at his home, Persico talked about the Mafia and bragged that he was a mob boss. Persico is sentenced to 39 years in prison.
The snake was 53 years of age. A 39-year jail sentence would surely see him into his grave, but it was nothing compared to what was ahead of him with the Mafia Commission trial. This time around, Snake thought he didn't need a lawyer. He'd do it all himself. His own straight-talk might just impress the court. And it actually did. The judge even came out and said it was one of the finest performances from one of the most intelligent men he'd ever had in his courtroom.
The judge's praise doesn't stop him from delivering a knockout sentence. Persico is convicted of all charges and sentenced to 100 years in prison, to run on top of the 39 years he received in the Colombo trial. Persico goes down for 139 years. The Mafia Commission trial also takes down other New York mob bosses, but the Colombo family is hit the hardest.
It was one of the most serious and celebrated criminal cases in the Mafia history.
All 5 administrations of the 5 families were all convicted, and they all got 100 years each in prison.
The Mafia Commission trial makes Rudy Giuliani's reputation as a crime-busting champion. It paves his way to the mayor's office. The snake Persico may be down, but he's not out.
Carmine decided that under Mafia rules, even when you're in prison, you can still be the head of the family.
A mob boss can keep his title until he dies or retires. It's his choice.
This means that your family or your relatives gets the proceeds of all the loot that comes up to the boss of the family, the godfather.
Facing an eternity in prison, the snake decides to establish a Persico dynasty to rule the Colombians. That way the wealth and the power will remain in his blood family. He names his brother Alphonse as acting boss. He will report regularly to Persico, who will make all the decisions and give him instructions. But Alphonse doesn't last long. He's arrested for loan sharking and skips out on his bail. Dies 2 years later. Paranoid and frustrated, Persico needs to remind his people that he is still the boss. When he's informed that an aggressive prosecutor, William Arundel, has been disrespectful to the family, an opportunity presents itself. He orders his murder. A hitman is given the address of the prosecutor's Brooklyn law firm. The assassin locates the office and carries out the hit. What no one told him is that Aaron Walt shares his office with his father, a judge. That is who he kills.
Killing prosecutor Bill was against mafia rules for the same reason that whacking Rudy Giuliani was vetoed. It would draw too much heat onto the families.
The other mafia families are outraged that a judge has been assassinated. Someone has to pay for this. To cover up his involvement, Persico has the hitman killed.
The Aaron hit was probably the snake, trying to show everybody, even behind bars, he was still in control, still powerful, still dangerous.
Persico is determined to maintain control of the family, but that's not easy to do from a prison cell. He needs someone he can trust to follow his orders, so he makes his son, Little Ali Boy, the activist.
Persico wanted to create a dynasty, and he wanted to make sure that all the wealth, the prestige, and the power would come out to Little Ali.
Ironically, most mafia bosses prefer their children not to choose a life of crime, so they send them to fancy schools and posh universities to groom them for success and respectability. But Persico's son, Little Ali Boy, had mafia in his blood.
The snake wants Little Ali Boy to succeed him as the boss, but the problem is he's doing a 12-year stretch as a result of the Colombo trial. So in 1988, Persico has to find a stand-in until his son comes out of prison. He picks a man by the name of Little Vic Orine.
Little Vic Orine has been a very loyal captain and part of Persico's faction in all the battles that have been going on previously.
Persico thinks he's chosen the right wise guy to run the outfit, but in a life built on deceit and betrayal, he's about to make a massive mistake.
My experience with family loyalty in the mafia is that there is none. They have no loyalty to each other.
Persico has no idea what havoc Little Vicarina will unleash on his family.
Money, power, sex, drugs. People in Hollywood, they can get away with murder.
When do you tune out a train wreck?
He was like the cat with nine lives. He keeps coming back.
She wanted to be a star. This was her time to shine. That's just what she put the on film.
Real lives, real stories, real celebrities. Reels Channel is an independent, family-owned network providing great entertainment. Reels is available on cable and satellite systems nationwide, with full episodes streaming on Reels Now and on demand through mobile apps and other connected devices. To find out more about Reels, go to Reels.com.
Carmine the Snake Persico rules the Colombo crime family from behind bars. He has the power and the money. His ruthless ambitions inspired various Hollywood movies and television shows. Detective Colin McLaren spent 3 years undercover in the mafia. He knows what it costs to hold on to that power. It's cost Persico his freedom. He has spent most of his violent career behind bars.
Ultimately, he ended up with more than 100 years in prison.
Persico wants his son, Little Allegory, to inherit the throne, but he is behind bars. So he promotes one of his captains, Vic Orino, acting boss until his son can take over. After 4 years in the job, Orino is increasingly unhappy about being only a temporary boss.
Vicarina got hooked on the power and the respect he got as acting boss. He resented that one day he would have to hand it all over to Persico's son, Little Allegory, when the kid came out of prison. And then he would be relegated back to being a lowly capo again.
Vicarina seemed to like the idea that he was the godfather of the boss. And he wasn't going to turn over wealth, and he wasn't going to turn over the job.
He got so bitter, he kicked off one of the bloodiest mafia wars of all time.
The spark that sets it off is when Orino decides to ask the Colombo capos who they prefer as their boss, Persico's greenhorn son or an experienced captain himself.
The word got from Carmine in prison that Orino was taking over and he was telling everybody he was the boss and he was going before the commission to get the proof.
From his jail cell, the Snake puts word out to deal with his treachery. He orders a hit team, led by loyal soldier Carmine Sessa, to eliminate Orino.
Carmine Sessa was in a car with a couple of other guys, and they got spotted by Vicarina.
They shot at him, but he got away. So now there was only one thing Orino could do, and all that.
Larry Mazza fights in the front lines of that war. He does time because of it.
Vic makes an announcement that, as far as he's concerned, Carmine and the first goes for rebels. And we're going to give them 2 weeks to come in, right away, declare themselves, or they're all dead.
2 weeks after the bundle hit on Orino, no one had owned up to it. So Orino sent his men out to hunt down Persico's hit team, led by Carmine Sessa.
My father told Carmine that he would help him. His loyalty was always to the Persicos.
Linda Scarpa's father is Greg Scarpa, a Persico loyalist and feared hitman, known as the Grim Reaper.
My father has killed over 50 people. The higher ups in his family, if they wanted someone to be killed, they knew who to go to.
Greg Scarpa's support for Persico's faction instantly makes him a target for Orino's killers.
What really started the war to erupt into the chaos that it was when I was going someplace at the same time as my dad. He got into his car with a group of his crew. I reached underneath my seat for a radio. I heard these sounds like firecrackers. And I looked up, and men wearing black masks shooting at my father's car. I mean, it was a scene from a movie.
I heard bullets aiming all over. Linda's car was hit.
When Scarpa gets back to his family, he is miraculously unharmed. But he is furious.
He became soulless. He said that they're all gonna die. They're gonna pay for this. Someone attempted to kill him in front of his daughter and his grandson. Now, all bets are off.
When Vic Arena hears that Greg Scarpa, the Grim Reaper, survived the hit, he goes into hiding. He knows Scarpa will exact a brutal revenge.
Everyone ran for their lives. My father went out day and night. And I say hunting because he was like someone who thrived on killing. The main people that he would go out killing would be Jimmy and Larry.
At the time, Larry Mazza is a hitman in Greg Scarpa's murder squad.
I was not in any position to be running this anymore. That's when it's open season, and from there on, Greg was we would drive around the neighborhoods when we meet guys in. We got our first enemy. His name was Neen, and he was hanging Christmas lights as we drove by. That sent shockwaves around. And they moved on now. And we never let up.
From his cell, Persico may be pulling the strings, but he can only look on as bloodshed and brutality destroy his crime family from within.
The family was totally split. You had over 100 members. And it lasted for over a year. And the body count was rising.
Dead men appear on the streets with grim regularity, and still Arena will not capitulate.
Before we had the war that week, but they still were coming. We were getting like, we need to really, I hate to use the word, but massacre somebody.
Celebrities are the people we invite into our homes. We watch their TV shows. We pay money to see their movies. But why?
They leave us with something to talk about on and on. There's the celebrity in them, and then there's the human being in them. They give us a lot, for their fame. I like to see when celebrities pick themselves up.
That's the power of celebrity. Real lives, real stories, real celebrities.
Carmine the Snake Persico is locked up for life. His burning ambition to create a Persico dynasty results in a savage power struggle between loyal soldiers and turncoat boss Vic Arena. It's tearing his crime family apart. Persico's feared hitman, Greg Scarpa, known as the Grim Reaper, plans a hit so brutal it will make the Arena faction surrender. The target is a family man named Larry Lampazzi.
It's about 3 o'clock in the morning, maybe a little later. As soon as he comes out, Red hits him, or he doesn't kill him. So me and Jimmy both on his head. That was a message.
The body count now stands at 12, including 2 innocent bystanders. The streets of Brooklyn have become a battlefield, and the residents have had enough.
The public was so outraged that the government threw everything at the war in Colombo mobsters. It resulted in 68 indictments, 58 convictions, and 10 mobsters becoming snitches.
In December 1992, Vic Arena is convicted of murder and racketeering and sentenced to life in prison.
We never made peace. The feds arresting everybody is what we're with.
Persico is back in control at last, dreaming once more of the powerful dynasty he will create to run the Colombo crime family.
He liked all the legal trappings in the 10 years that he was free, and he thought he was going to bestow all of this on the Lally.
In 1994, little alley boy came out of prison and eventually took over the job as acting boss of the family. Unfortunately for the snake, it was short-lived. His boy was busted for illegal possession of weapons.
This is a blow to the aging godfather. A double-crosser himself, the snake doesn't trust anyone other than blood family. He won't name another acting boss in case they try to take the throne like Arena did. The snake allegedly orders the murder of his new underboss, William Wild Bill Patola. His son carries out the hit while awaiting trial.
Little alley boy pulled up to Tolo and asked him to meet him here at a Brookland Park for a chat. When Tolo arrived, he was kidnapped at gunpoint, never to be seen again. Although his wife reported missing to the police, it will be 9 years later that his body turned up inside the industrial park. Now that is one mafia chat.
It takes investigators 3 years to connect Little Alley Boy to Tolo's murder. He is locked up for life without parole, putting an end to Persico's dynastic dreams. Now an old man, Persico still clings doggedly to power.
Persico was an old school mob guy that I like to think set the rules and lived by the rules. And we were all supposed to. And he was a legend.
Beyond his prison walls, the world he knew is changing. A new generation of mobsters has risen to fill the gap left by the devastating RICO trials.
New bosses rose up. Bosses that were a different caliber. You know, they weren't the old school businessmen. You know, stay quiet, stay in the shadows. Solidify their control and their power, they began killing some of their own. And so a number of them came to us saying they're willing to cooperate, as I think on the next list.
It's not just the growing number of rats who are destroying them all. In 2008, Deadly Enemy Service, who further threatened Persico's fragile hold on his family. Other organized crime gangs, including Russians, Mexicans, and Colombians, have muscled in, winning lucrative turf in the distribution of drugs across New York. In trying to compete, the Colombo family is hit with charges for drug trafficking.
It's just a breakdown of tradition, probably, is what moved it.
The drug trade and the violence of other crime gangs are often blamed for the collapse of the traditional mafia that Persico grew up in. But in reality, the poison at the heart of the Cosa Nostra are mobsters just like the snake.
The fatal mistake that Carmine the Snake made. He tried to double cross everybody. He ruined everybody that was close to him.
Greed, deceit, and the hunger for wealth, power, and glamour have all but destroyed the mob.
The life looks very glamorous for people that are not actually in it. When you're living that life and you're experiencing all the stuff that it entails, the murder, deception from friends, not glamorous at all.
The much-touted code of honor of the mafia is revealed to be a sham. In 1995, Greg Scarpa is exposed as an FBI informant. Larry Mazza is locked up for 9 years, but gets a reduced sentence for helping the government.
I don't miss the treachery and the backstabbing, what I've grown to know is the reality of that life. It really got too easy. It really hurt.
Mexico was locked up in 1987 and began serving a sentence of 139 years. Yet even as a frail old man, he couldn't let go. All that mattered to him was to be the boss of the family.
Carmine the Snake Persicos hungered for power, and all of his political scams over 30 years led directly to 12 deaths, and 70 of his men being sent to prison. His dream of the Persico dynasty only caused death and suffering. He was delusional. In the end, the snake did more than most to kill off the Colombo family from within. Today it's probably the weakest of the 5 mafia families in New York, and that says it all.
In a garage on a back street of Brooklyn, Hunter testified that a used car salesman was checking out a vehicle when he had an unexpected visit.
The classical not doing is shooting behind the ear.
This is the latest in a wave of recent killings that remain unsolved.
Murder spree. Big time. Look like a serial killer.
But this murder holds a vital clue that will lead investigators into the murky underworld of the New York mafia.
They are manipulative, survivor, greedy, and killers.
The case will lead detectives to the hideout of one of the mob's most vicious killers, Anthony Gaspite Picasso. Is he the serial killer? One uniquely qualified investigator will now retrace the events that led to this bloodbath.
I'm Colin McLaren. I'm an ex-detective, and I went undercover in the mafia for 3 years. I got an insider's look at how mobsters think and work. They could say the cell of mafia, a boss and Tenny Papo, we all became friends. I got to know what they were like, their thirst for power, their greed, their treachery. So it was time to say goodbye and send them all to prison for 80 years.
Gaspard Picasso was like many of the mobsters I've befriended. Cold-blooded, brutal, paranoid. A truly terrifying mafia killer.
Unlike other mobsters, Anthony Gaspite Picasso is relatively unknown to the public. He kept a very low profile, but in the underworld, Picasso is famous for being a bloodthirsty killer who murdered at least 50 people.
There are those that are drawn to the mafia for reasons of absolute power. Gaspar Picasso was one such individual, a very dangerous man. He would go on to inspire many books and a television film, and this is my take on Gaspar Picasso.
Anthony Casso was born on May 21st, 1942, the youngest of 3 children. The family lived in the Park Slope neighborhood of Brooklyn, a largely Italian-American community.
In his neighborhood, there were shootings almost every day. Guns were all over the place. This was an era when gas pipe grew up. The mafia was at its zenith. Mob members did what they wanted and got away with everything.
Although Anthony's father, Michael Casso, isn't a made man, he has a lot of friends who are.
But Casso grew up around that world in a big way. You know a lot of the Gambino guys and crazy guys in the neighborhood.
Anthony's father had a close friend, Salvatore Calambrano, who was a capo in the Genovese crime family.
Calambrano got guest pipes there to come job on the wall, unloading cargo ships, which gave him the opportunity to merchandise. A classic mobster trade. However, he was more than just a thief. He was a good standover man, useful, collecting loan shark and gambling debts.
It was hardly surprising then that young Anthony would follow in his father's footsteps.
Not only was he destined to become a mafioso, a sworn member of Cosa Nostra, he was also destined from early on to be a sadistic, violent killer. His father got the original name Gas Pipe. He had a lead section of gas pipes that he used as a blackjack whenever there was any problem with union members.
Having helped the Casso family so much, it was only proper the gas pipe's father should ask Calambrano to be the young Anthony's godfather.
From a young age, Casso was a fighter. In his teens, he joined the notorious street gang known as the South Brooklyn Boys.
And when it comes to gangs, even myself and these guys and things, they see that as family. This is family. This is my family. And this is a way of being accepted, of being part of something. You know, like a kid being on a baseball team.
In the 1950s, there was a lot of gang fights in the streets of Brooklyn. To survive, you had to be either super tough or super connected. Gas pipe was both.
It was like a natural. It was just part of him, who he was. You know, he would jump into a fight without even blinking. You know, plus he was a little bit psychotic.
When Anthony turned 16, he drops out of school to get a job with dogs, where he soon gets a reputation as a
He showed an unusual sadistic trait. People said he would, slightest instant, he'd belt somebody, and he would use his gas pipe, just the way his father did.
By the time he was 18, the young Anthony was working as a knuckleman, raking in the debts, just like his father did. But just like his father, he would also go on to be called gas pipe.
Anthony makes extra money by robbing trucks and eating dogs. He is always trying to impress the real mobsters in the neighborhood.
The whole bottom line is trying to see if he can get noticed by the street crew.
One day, an opportunity presents itself for Casso to boost his reputation.
The man was molesting some girl that he knew from the neighborhood.
Casso is taken to carrying a gun. The inevitable happens. Casso has no idea what kind of trouble he has just got himself into. Luckily, the guy survives, but it turns out he is connected to the Genovese family.
When you're in one family and you put your hands on another member, and especially if you're not made yet, that's a big no-no. That's like you're done at that point.
Picasso is now being hunted by the police at home. So his father sends him out of town while he tries to fix the problem. There is only one way he can do that, and that is to buy a pardon for the victim's family.
His father had to wrangle up about $10,000 to pay off the Genovese family and also pay off the cops.
He was lucky, very lucky, that he was able to walk away from that unscathed. That's an extreme rarity that ever happened.
Picasso's lucky streak carries on. Next, his father's connections get him a no-show job on the docks. He pockets a regular wage for doing nothing.
It allowed him to break into containers and steal. He also came up with another scam to knock off truckloads of gear and convinced the drivers to keep quiet for a couple of hours until they got rid of the bookie. He'd become the consummate thief.
Picasso's reputation seeps into the underworld. He comes to the attention of a rising force in the Lucchese family, Christy Tick Bernard.
Minari was a captain of a crew who was based here in a club called the 19th Hole. Officers from across town would visit. They'd come here and talk scams and business. It was here that he met the young punk called Picasso, man of violence. He was very interested in developing more scams, more rackets. So he asked him to join his crew. But he said to do that, not from opposite crime families, the Lucchese family and the Genovese family. However, Picasso would make a decision that would ultimately change his life.
Detectives investigating the murder of used car salesman Patrick Testa find out from informants that he is connected with the Lucchese crime family.
You know, you can't kill a member of the mafia unless you get approved by the commission.
The Mafia Commission, the board of bosses of New York's crime families, has given no authorization for Testa's murder, or for that of the 11 murders in Florence. They were all members of the Lucchese family. Detectives then find that the Lucchese's boss and underboss, Vic Amuso and Gaspipe Casso, have both been missing for 3 years. Did they order the hit? If so, why?
I'm Natalie Morales. I'm Nancy O'Dell. I'm ever normal. The enduring fascination with celebrity. Why are we so wrong with that? There are highs and there are lows. We're always along for the ride. On Reels, we're with you to remember the real stories, to take you behind closed doors, to expose the real celebrity. Real lives, real stories, real celebrities.
Anthony Gaspipe Casso was born into the mall. He loves the power and the money, and the movie star lifestyle. His violent life would go on to inspire a number of books and TV shows. Casso begins to pay the price for that lifestyle when he has to make a life-changing choice. Stay with his father or join Bernari in the Lucchese family. Detective Colin McLaren spent 3 years undercover in the mafia. He has seen how steep the cost of that lifestyle really is.
Minari was heading to the top. He offered Casso the opportunity to make some serious money and join him. It was a simple choice, really. Riches or family loyalty. I saw guys wrestling with decisions like that in my undercover days. But the outcomes are always the same. Money is king. It wins every time. For Casso, it was a no-brainer. He hitched his wagon to Minari and the Lucchese family.
You work under Mr. Dick's leadership, and you prove to him that he's capable of, getting loan shark payments, whatever needed to be done, he was muscle.
Bernari puts Casso in charge of a large bookmaking death threat, racial, and then moves him into extortion and union racketeering. But money starts rolling in. Gaslight can now afford a family. So in 1968, he marries Lillian Del Duca, an Italian girl he's known for years. Lillian is the perfect partner. She has relatives in the mob.
She's already in the family, right? So she's already, like a better term, connected. These guys, they want to marry somebody that understands the life, that knows what to expect.
Anthony and Lillian Casa settle in Bensonhurst, a pleasant Brooklyn neighborhood. Life is good.
He's a very ruthless guy. But if you see him, if you saw him with his wife, you would think this guy's a complete gentleman. They live a really weird double life.
2 years later, tragedy strikes. Gaslight's father dies of a heart attack. He's dead.
The loss of his father affected him mentally, psychologically. He took out a lot of that anger and a lot of his victims.
Then, in 1974, something happens that finally shifts the black cloud from over.
Casso had always wanted a full membership to the mafia, but you have to be invited in. And that invitation usually comes with an order to kill. It's known as making your bones. Chrissy Ticfanari, Casso's crew boss, gave him that order. He had to kill a mobster named Lee Schweifer, who was suspected of being a police informant.
Christy Tick gave the contract to see how Anthony Gaslight Casso would carry out orders.
Schweifer is invited to a poker game at an after-hours club. Little does he know how much he is going to lose. For Casso, it's nothing personal. It's just business. The price of his admission.
That murder pushed open the door for Casso to become a full member of the mafia. He now had all the benefits of being a soldier in the Lucchese family. Respect, protection, and a share of the spoils.
Casso's income skyrockets. He builds a big house in an expensive neighborhood for his growing family.
This is a very upscale kind of neighborhood. You know, nice beautiful homes.
Casso's new status in the mall is really improving his lifestyle.
He was a good earner because he knew how to shake people down. You know, in the mob, any way back you can make money, proves you're capable.
Bernari shows his appreciation of Casso's clearing ability. He makes a leader for Bypass Gang, a burglary ring that will become notorious.
This was a gang that figured out how to disable burglar alarms at banks, and they would pull all these bank robberies at night, and they made millions.
Casso uses a magnesium bar that burns at 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit to slice open safes that are considered impenetrable. They steal cash, bonds, jewels, and diamonds worth over $100 million. Riding that gravy train, Casso meets another ambitious soldier, Victor Amuso. They become friends. Even after picking up the lion's share to their superiors, Casso and Amuso become millionaires.
Amuso's a different character than Gaslight. A lot different. Amuso's a little more reserved, a little more gentlemanlike. He's not as erratic in behavior and patterns like Casso is.
The Casso-Amuso partnership makes both of them many more millions, but it will end in a horrific bloodbath. Detectives working the pattern testing case now discover that he is employed by Casso and Amuso as a chauffeur, but both men have gone missing. Checking Testa's accounts, agents find that one of his regular customers is a man named Al Diarco. Diarco is a big deal Casey family.
Being on the land, Queso left a gentleman by the name of Aldiar family.
Diarco is the acting boss of the family. Informants tell detectives he has disappeared. In fact, Diarco has jumped the fence and gone into witness protection. He's got plenty to say.
People are fascinated with famous people. But why?
I want to be rich like celebrities. I think we live vicariously through them. I can't keep my eyes off of them.
What is it that makes us want to know more about the people in the limelight?
They make us laugh. They make us cry.
It's emotional when a celebrity dies. It's like a loved one passes.
That's the power of celebrity. Real lives, real stories, real celebrities.
Gaspite Tasso was born into a mafia. He followed in his father's footsteps as a document thug, using a length of lead pipe to make his point. His vicious brutality gets him made into the Casey family, where he makes millions with a sophisticated looting operation. Former detective Colin McLaren spent 3 years undercover in mafia. He has a unique insight into how mobsters think and operate. He traces the events that turned Gaspite Tasso into a bloodthirsty killer. Tasso now joins forces with another rising star in his group, Victor Hughes.
Both were tough, driven, and successful. And there's a pigeon there that were both millionaires looking for new scams. Then they realised there's big money to be made in drugs.
But there are also big risks. The mafia has banned drug trafficking.
Narcotics was a mark of death in the mafia. Anyone who was suspected would automatically mark the death because he would be considered untrustworthy.
When some guy gets busted on drugs, he's going to get a good 30 years, 40 years. A lot of guys don't want to do that, man. You know, especially the modern guys. Their possibility of flipping is high.
Tasso and Amuso are used to risking their lives. It's what they do. And the potential rewards make it worth it. So with their usual arrogance, they buy a number of boats and a cargo airplane.
Gaspite and the Muso will bring in large quantities of white powder from South America. They'll bring in their boats into little coves like this, so they've got it all the way along the Long Island shoreline. It was a slick operation.
They sold illegal cars to the Arabs, and they used to put drugs in the cars so they could transport them overseas. Heroin, so forth. They did very well with that business. Billions. You gotta buy them. Billions.
Then it all falls apart. One of their dealers gets busted. He gives up the full story on Tasso and Muso's drug business.
The Coast Guard got a tip-off about a suspicious boat on Long Island. It was one of Gaspite's. Just back from Colombia, 23 tons of cannabis. The whole crew were arrested as they unloaded it. Gaspite knew that the cops would eventually come looking for him. So he had to cover his tracks, and that meant killing anybody that could be a witness against him.
First on the list is the drug dealer who ran into the police.
He's very paranoid, and he'd be quick to want to have someone eliminated or to cut his risks.
Next, boats count.
You want it to be feared. You want it to be in charge. You know, you'll be the godfather.
The captain has a son. Tasso arranges a meeting. They bury him in the sea. still alive. Another mark of Casso's cold-blooded cruelty. Casso has covered his tracks, but the drug business is now too risky, so he gets out while he can. It won't be long before a new opportunity comes his way.
In the 1970s, gasoline wholesalers had to pay a tax of 25 cents per gallon. One wholesaler, the shady Ukrainian called Marek Valagula, owned over 100 gas stations on the East Coast. He came up with an ingenious plan to pocket the tax money. He put together a chain of wholesale companies, and each company would pass the tax on to the next company, and so on. And of course, the last company would go bust. The government would have to follow the endless paper trail leading nowhere. It was inspired, but risky, and attracted the greed of the mob.
Instead of going to war with the New York Mafia, Valagula negotiates. The result is that all 5 families get a 2-cent share of the tax, which amounts to about $2 million a month. Everyone wins. Casso and the Ukrainian become friends. The deal becomes hot news in the underworld. A Russian mobster tries to shake down Valagula for over $500,000 and a cut of all his earnings, or else. Valagula tells Casso about the shakedown. Casso assures him he'll take care of him.
He's earning from somebody, and then somebody's threatening that income. The guy's got to go.
The Russian doesn't make a dime on the shakedown. He collects a bullet instead.
After that, the profits from the gas scam rolled in without a peep from anyone. By the mid-1980s, Casso was a multi-millionaire. He loved the power, and of course, the loot.
They had it all. Pretty women. You walk into a restaurant, you're getting, the best treatment, you're getting the best seat, you're getting stuff for free. I mean, it seems very glamorous.
In the underworld, Casso's image is somewhat different. There is nothing glamorous about a brutal, vicious killer.
No, he was a very ruthless guy. He was scared.
In 1985, Casso's reputation gets him involved in one of the most dramatic events in mafia history.
In December of 1985, Gas 5 was approached by the Gambino capo, John Gotti. He was plotting to kill his boss, Paul Castellano, and take over the family. Gotti was looking for support among the other bosses in waiting. He got it. The gas pipe warned him that without an official nod from the other mafia bosses, he would be murdered in revenge.
On December 16, 1985, Gotti has Paul Castellano killed. Just as Casso had warned, Vincent Chin Giganti and Anthony Dux Corallo, the bosses of the Genovese and Lucchese families, are angry. Castellano was their friend. They swear to revenge.
Vincent Giganti and Dux Corralo gave a contract to Casso and to Russo to retaliate for the murder of Castellano by killing Gotti and by killing Frank and Chico, who was Gotti's underboss.
So that suspicion didn't fall on the mafia, Casso and Amuso used a bomb, something the mafia didn't normally do, as such an atrocity would certainly draw the attention of the feds. However, their plot failed. Gotti didn't show up. But his underboss, Frank Chico, wasn't so lucky. But he swore revenge, which would cost Casso dearly.
Investigators working on the testing case discovered from informants that he was much more than a chauffeur.
Paddy Testa was the primary courier and communicator between Queso, who was on the lam, and the rest of the family that was looking for direction.
Detectives learned that Muso was the Lucchese boss in name. His underboss, Gaspipe Castle, was the one who made decisions.
Gaspipe would tell people, I'm really the boss. You know, Vic has the title, but I'm the neck that turns the head. I'm the boss. I'm the one that makes the decisions. I'm the one that decides what we do, what we don't do, how we do it.
Carrying Casso's orders to the troops put Paddy Testa in a very dangerous position.
Queso was extremely paranoid in the event that Paddy Testa would decide to cooperate. He would have all the information and would bury him.
Would the fugitive Casso really kill his loyal messenger?
Money, power, sex, drugs. People in Hollywood, they can get away with murder.
When do you tune out a train wreck?
He decided that was my life. He keeps coming back.
She wanted to be a star. This was her time to shine.
That's just the tip of the iceberg.
Reels, real lives, real stories, real celebrities. Reels Channel is an independent, family-owned network providing great entertainment. Reels is available on cable and satellite systems nationwide, with full episodes streaming on Reels Now and on demand through mobile apps and other connected devices. To find out more about Reels, go to reels.com.
Gaspipe Casso's desperate hunger for power has made him paranoid and vicious, a savage and cold-blooded streak that would inspire books and TV films. Like a character in those stories, Detective Colin McLaren spent 3 years undercover in London. He saw how treacherous that life really is. Murder is just another job. Casso tried but failed to kill John Gotti for murdering his own boss, Paul Castellano. Now, Casso has a contract on his own head.
Luck is on Casso's side. Before Gotti can take his revenge, the FBI hits the New York families where it really hurt.
The Mafia Commission trial is aimed at bringing down the bosses and underbosses of New York's 5 crime families.
The Mafia Commission trials indicted 8 top mobsters on charges of extortion, labor racketeering, and murder. These men knew they were facing life, so they had to appoint new bosses to run their families while they rotted away in prison.
At a sit-down in Staten Island, before the verdict came in on the commission case, Gaspipe and Victims were anointed as the new leaders of the Lucchese group.
Casso doesn't want the top job. It's too visible, too dangerous. So he nominates Abuso to be the boss, while he becomes the underboss.
Gaspipe Casso and Lou Victimus, who weren't even capitals, are now leading one of the largest mafia families in America. More than 100 members, 1,000 associates, zillions of dollars rolling in.
Casso has always been paranoid. He is a ruthless hitman operating in the shadows. Now he's an underboss, people will know where to find him. He decides to buy the best insurance he can.
Detectives Stephen Caracappa and Lawyer Bolito were highly respected NYPD cops with access to classified information, which they shared for a fee. As an ex-cop myself, there is no greater enemy than a corrupt cop. They undermine the hard work of the rest of the department and place lives at risk. Unfortunately, I've come up against a few of them in my time.
$7,000 a month. These cops would not only help out, they would tip them off to any informers, any possible raids.
They've been able to alert Castle of Gaudy's revenge hit, they would have prevented a massacre that claimed many lives. On September 14, 1986, Anthony Casso is waiting for an associate when a car approaches. Casso escapes the bullets and hides until the police arrive. He swears to kill everyone involved in the hit. First, he has to find out who is behind it. He leans on his corrupt detectives. Through informants in the underworld, the dirty cops get the name of one of the shooters, a low-level mobster named Jimmy Heidel. Casso pays him 35 grand to snatch him. Casso takes Heidel to the safe house, goes to work on it. He wants to know who ordered the hit and who is on the team.
It's just torture. That's one of Bradley's techniques. He's a pretty statistical guy.
He shoots Heidel in the knees, legs, and elbows. Finally, Heidel confesses that the hit was set up by a Gambino captain, a friend of Gaudy's, and he gives up the names of the team. When Casso gets all the names, he kills Jimmy. Now Casso goes to work on the hit team. First up is the shooter, Nicky Guido. Luckily for Guido, he is in jail on drug charges, but Casso doesn't know this. A telephone installer who just happens to have the same name, Nicky Guido, pays the price.
The shooters thought it was Nick Guido, the gangster. They started firing, so they were going to kill the kid. I think he was a young boy. I think he was maybe 19, 20 years old, something like that.
The last name on Casso's hit team is Eddie Lina. Casso pays his corrupt cops $75,000 to take him out. They pull him over on the Belt Parkway and shoot him in his car.
Casso had wiped out the team that tried to kill him, yet he still felt vulnerable. He'd become a paranoid nutcase. He thought everyone was out to get him, to rattle him. He even convinced Vic Amuso that they were surrounded by traitors. They had to get rid of them all.
It led to one of the biggest blood purges in mafia history. More than 20 people were knocked off. At the slightest whim, Casso marked people to death.
Not a story. Big time. Sort of like a serial killer. He's trying to clean house. Anything that's connected with him or that is a potential threat in any way, whether they are a rat, going to be a rat, please pick him up.
Casso and Amuso are able to get away with all these murders, mainly because they are still under the radar. Law enforcement doesn't yet know that they can take over the family. That is about to change very soon. In the spring of 1990, the New York Mafia will be dealt a major blow. The New York City Housing Authority has to replace the windows in their buildings. It owns close to 180,000 apartments. The mob has developed an elaborate bid rigging scam that allows them to make a huge profit on the workers.
Every time the city had a contract, they would sit in a room, 4 or 5 of them, and say, okay, it's your turn. This is a $15 million job. Okay, you're gonna get this job at $75 million. We're looking a bit higher than that. And from that extra padding, we all get a piece.
Federal prosecutors serve up indictments of all the top officers involved in running the Windows files. Among them are Anthony Passo and Victor Musa.
Gaspard's been cops warning about the upcoming indictment. So he and the news went on the run. But just before skipping town, he called up one of his more trusted capos, little Mel Diaco, and led him right here at this cannon. He then handed over all the stands to him as his acting boss. It would be a role little Diaco would live to regret.
As the Windows case looms large, Passo's bloodthirsty paranoia takes over, and he decides that one of his closest captors, Fat Pete Yoda, can't be trusted anymore. Except Fat Pete has to go.
Pete showed up for one who they thought was a rat, but he wasn't. Anthony Conso got a hit on him, and they shot him 12 times at a gas station. And he survived because he was so flat. He survived. That's when he turned rat.
Gaspite's paranoia has backfired spectacularly. Now it's only a matter of time before Passo and Inuso are caught.
Celebrities are the people we invite into our homes. We watch their TV shows. We pay money to see their movies. But why?
They leave us with something to talk about on and on. There's the celebrity in them, and then there's the human being in them. You give up a lot, too, for their fame. You know, I like to see when celebrities pick themselves up.
That's the power of celebrity. Real lives, real stories, real celebrities.
In May 1990, Anthony Gaspite Passo receives a tip-off from the corrupt cops on his payroll that he and Vic Inuso are about to be arrested for their involvement in a multi-million-dollar window scam. Passo and Inuso go on the run. Passo then starts covering his tracks by killing anyone who knows where he is.
Having made his capo, El Darko, the acting boss of the family, Gaspard was able to run things from a distance. That included ordering the murder of 11 mobsters he didn't trust anymore. Really. Who in their right mind would join a mafia family with this sort of treachery?
Passo's paranoia has everyone in the family watching him back.
You just whack anybody for the slightest thing. And you thought, oh, he's a rat. Take him out. Oh, he said this. Take him out. So think what's his down.
In July 1991, acting on a tip-off, the FBI arrests Vic Inuso in a shopping mall in Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Abuso's arrest increases Casso's paranoia. He agonises over who gave up Abuso and will Vic rat him out. Casso trusts no one. He reacts by ordering more murders. Anyone who can leave the fence to him. That includes his loyal acting boss, El Darko. Afraid for his life, Darko goes to the feds and becomes a snitch in exchange for protection.
After several years of Al Darko being the acting boss, Gaspite suddenly demoted him. This worried Darko. Darko was suspected that he was marked for death, and he overnight defected.
Yarko supplies the names of Casey people who know where Passo's hiding. It's a race against time. 11 names on the list have already been murdered. Passo is killing anyone who can leave the law to the store. Testa is on that list. Diarco is solved his murder, but he doesn't know where Passo is hiding. The feds must now try to trace the phone calls between Passo and his men.
There was communication between one or two members of the family with Mr. Casey. Gaspite would only use his phone when he had to, and he'd shut it off. spite of that, we were able to narrow down the location where he was through the triangulation with the cell phone towers. So we were able to use that technology to narrow down an area, and then finally we went down to like 2 or 3 homes, and we were able to find him in stairway, someone in New Jersey.
After nearly 3 years on the run, Passo's luck finally runs out.
We were very concerned about the safety of anybody being there. In fact, we were very concerned about the neighbors. So we did everything that we possibly could to minimize any of this, and it was for nothing because he came out of the shower and we were in the house very quickly.
At 11 a.m. on January 19, 1993, an FBI team storms a house in Mount Holden, New Jersey. It's the end of the road for Gaslight Castle.
Paso was brought here to the Metropolitan Correctional Centre, pending his trial. It was then that his wife found out in secret. He'd been unfaithful, he'd been holed up with an ex-girlfriend, and the wife was livid. In fact, it was worse than that. She sacked him, never to see him again. Even his old pal and boss, Vicar Musso, he had concerns. He thought perhaps he turned on him. Then the ultimate snub. The Casey family vanished him. Word came through it. No one was to lift a single finger to help him.
Vicar Musso is doing life in prison, but he is still the boss of the family. He suspects Castro tipped off the feds so that he could remain in charge. Now Castro himself is facing a lifetime behind bars. The feds offer him a deal. A reduced sentence and witness protection in exchange for becoming a rat. Castro has no choice. He takes the deal.
Casso pleaded guilty to 72 counts of extortion and racketeering and 14 murders, plus his involvement in another 36 killings. The only decent thing he did was to give up the identities of the 2 corrupt NYPD cops. Thankfully, they were jailed for life for carrying out 8 of the killings, and restoring the good name of the NYPD, who had turned a corner in fighting the mafia.
Castro's testimony is valuable ammunition against organized crime. Unfortunately, he is unable to settle for witness protection.
It becomes difficult to take somebody that's used to a certain life and tell them they're not longer in that life. And they were once revered, now they're nobody. It becomes very difficult for some of them to understand that and accept it. Mr. Case was one of those individuals.
While in protective custody, Castro is caught in several lies. He is also involved in assault. He breaks every rule of his deal.
Casso's arrogance left his government with no choice but to tear up his deal. He was cut loose to take whatever the courts threw at him. Gaspar Casso, a kid born into the mafia, he was given 13 consecutive life sentences, a total of 455 years in prison without parole. Apparently, he's an angry and bitter man. I'm sure the families of his victims would say he deserves every minute of every year of his sentence.
was forbidden drug.
None of the bosses wanted to involve in it.
Hill is nervous. You don't disobey the boss.
If you do something wrong, you're gonna get killed.
Maybe the FBI will allow him to post bail and leave, but the feds have a nasty surprise in store for him. Now, a uniquely qualified investigator will retrace the events that led to this dramatic turning point in the life of Henry Hill.
I'm Colin McCarthy. I'm an ex-detective, and I went undercover in the mafia for 3 years. I've got an insider's look at how mobsters think and work. I infiltrated the cell of mafia. A boss and 10 capos, we all became friends. I got to know what they were like, their thirst for power, their greed, their treachery. So it was time to say goodbye and send them all to prison for 80 years.
Henry Hill had a huge thirst for money. He could never be a real mafioso, so he helped others murder their way to the top.
If you ask the public, they probably know about Henry Hill more so than anybody else. Martin Scorsese's wonderful film Goodfellas was all about Henry Hill, his life and times.
The irony is that Henry Hill was never a monster, never a good fellow. Yet he was behind two of the biggest mob heists pulled off in America at the time. The Air France and Lufthansa robberies. His story shows how easy it is to be sucked into the treacherous quicksands of the mob. Henry Hill was born on June 11, 1933, to an Italian mother and an Irish father. He is the eldest boy in a family of 8.
Well, he had a nickname in Italian, tremendous, which means like a pain in the ass.
From an early age, Henry is always getting in trouble at home. But by the age of 10, his mischief extends beyond his backyard.
Henry was always looking to do something to make money.
Aged 11, Henry gets a part-time job in a local grocery store. Around the corner is a cab stand owned by a man who will have a huge impact on Henry's life.
Paul Vario owned a taxi service on Euclid Avenue in Brooklyn. His team of thugs would hang around day and night, flushing the cash with their beautiful suits and their big cars. Now at the back was a house where little Henry Hill was born and raised.
Mario was probably the biggest earner, the most successful capo in the case of crime family. He controlled all the rackets at the Kennedy Airport, the major rackets being labor racketeering. And when they were extorting air freight companies, and they made millions doing that.
Paul Mario instantly recognizes a promising thug in young Henry.
Paul would ask him to steal certain things from the grocery store, including olive oil, which Henry would have burned to.
He was barely out of knee pants, and he began running errands for one of the strongest and biggest crews in New York, in the Casey family, the Paul Vario crew.
Eventually, Vario offers Henry a job, helping out at the cab stand.
Henry was in awe of Vario and his crew. He saw them as kings of the hood. They were fun and always had cash to splash. He wanted to be like them. They polished their cars until they sparkled. And I noticed they gave him great tips and also approval, which was something that was missing in his own home life, particularly with his father.
My father was very disappointed in Henry because he knew from coming from Manhattan and being among Italians, you don't want to get involved in these factory groups.
But young Henry will not listen. He is making money. But Vario's treat him well.
Only took a liking to him. And everybody sort of liked him. He was a tremendous pain in the ass, but he was lovable.
Paul Vario told everybody he was a relative, even though he was half Italian and half Irish. Henry liked this. It gave him respect around the neighbourhood.
He'd be under that protection.
people knew he was like one of the barrier kids there. Nobody went out of their way to annoy him when he started taking the money or the easier money and things, or what he thought was the easier money. My dad didn't appreciate that.
As a 12-year-old, he was even running drinks at their late night card game, cashing counterfeit bills, also selling stolen goods. All this from a 12-year-old. The mafia had become his new family.
One evening, he's serving drinks at another of Vario's card games when he meets a man named Jimmy Burke.
Jimmy Burke was another Irishman and associate of Paul Vario's crew. Burke specialised in hijacking trucks loaded with goods coming out of JFK Airport. Henry was only 13 years old when he first met Burke, who was in his 30s. He was impressed by the older gangster.
His nickname was Gentleman Jim because he was friendly to people who would be generous in certain respects. But don't cross Jimmy Burke because he had a temper, kill you without thinking twice about it.
Burke took Henry under his wing. He was like a big brother to him, showing him the ropes, the scams and the rackets. Even with the big age gap, the two bonded. Why? They were both outsiders and would always be.
The code in the mafia was that you could only become a made guy if both your mother and your father were of Italian origin. And his father was an Irish American. And therefore, he was automatically eliminated. What this meant was he could always be a helper. They could always use him, exploit him, but he would never be an equal.
Henry's criminal career goes up a gear with Burke's encouragement.
One day, a rival cab company set up around the corner from Vario's yard. He was new to town and simply didn't know who Vario was. Henry and a fellow gangster paid him a late night visit with a jerry can full of gasoline and set fire to every one of his vehicles. And that was the end of the competition.
By the time he's 14, Henry is an associate of Vario's crew. Associate is a wannabe rank in the mob, the friend without benefits. To make up for that, Vario gives Henry a highly sought-after bricklayer's union card. It comes with a no-show job as a bricklayer.
You draw a salary. That was the key thing about having the union card. They always drew a salary.
The other key thing about the union card is that it gives Henry access to all the construction sites in the city, so he can collect loans and debts for Vario.
As soon as Henry got his union ticket, he dropped out of school. Despite his parents' pleas, he went to work full-time for his new family, the Paul Vario crew. With Jimmy Burke's support, he was ready to take on the world, enter the wannabe mobster.
Henry is only 14 and is already living the mobster life. He spends all his spare time with his new family, Paul Vario's crew. It will take a few more years before Henry finally wakes up to the harsh reality of mob life. 23 years later, Henry Hill has been arrested on a drug trafficking charge. He is nervous. Drug dealing is against mob rules. Their punishment for disobedience is severe. The feds now claim a recording of a wiretap. He recognizes the voice. It belongs to Jimmy Burke. He is saying Henry is not to be trusted.
Henry was abusing drugs and was kind of a loose cannon. And Jimmy realized that.
Jimmy is saying that Henry is dangerous. He will rattle enough to save his skin.
I know for a fact that Jimmy Burke said, you get big on it. You gotta go. Henry absolutely knew it.
Henry can't believe his spirit. Jimmy is like a brother to him. Jimmy needs Paul Vario's approval for a hit. Will Henry's adopted father sanction his murder?
I'm Natalie Morales. I'm Nancy O'Dell. I'm never normal. The enduring fascination with celebrity. Why are we so wrong with them? There are highs and there are lows. We're always along for the ride. On Reels, we're with you to remember the real stories, to take you behind closed doors, to expose the real celebrity. Real lives, real stories, real celebrities.
Henry Hill was drawn to the mafia, wanting a movie star lifestyle, the wealth, the power, and the glamour. But it comes at a great cost. His life story has been told in detail in Nicholas Pileggi's book Wise Guy, which Martin Scorsese turned into the award-winning film Goodfellas. When Henry Hill is busted for drug trafficking, his life goes into freefall. His brother-in-arms, Jimmy Byrne, wants him dead. Detective Colin McLaren spent 3 years undercover with the mafia. He has seen firsthand how treacherous that life really is.
Drugs were a no-go zone. Even though there was big money to be made, drugs made a mockery of their murder. The mob's oaths and silence. It created loose lips. Mobsters facing jail for trafficking could become rats and get out sooner, or others became junkies. And they'd say anything to get their next fix.
When Henry is starting out in the mob, his capo, Paul Barrio, keeps him out of the dirtier business. It's not out of fatherly concern. Henry must first prove he can be trusted. That moment arrives when he is 16. Henry is arrested for using a stolen credit card. During interrogation, he only gives the police his name and nothing else.
Sure. But he held his order. He didn't speak to anybody or about anything.
Mario and Burke are impressed. They get him out of the police station that same day and throw him a coming home party. Henry has proved he is trustworthy, and he's now seen firsthand how untouchable the mob is.
The 1950s were the golden era for power and profits for the New York Mafia. And for Henry Hill, who was now making plenty. For a teenager, he loved the lifestyle, the easy money and the pretty girls.
At 16, Henry is making more money than his own father ever did.
It's easy that he come walking in with a, dressed really, really sharp. Oh my God, you look like a gangster. It was such a disappointment. My dad was giving up on him. Was just following that path.
Henry doesn't care what his parents think. He is living an exciting life, making money, surrounded by people who respect him. What could be better?
But being a mobster also means being a target for law enforcement. In the 1950s, the Senate investigation into organised crime kicked into high gear. They were uncovering links between gangsters and public officials. Barrio and his crew got nervous, so Henry got smart and got off street.
At 17, Henry volunteers for the army. His father's hopes rise. Has his wayward son finally seen the error of his ways?
The military was a well-respected thing in our time in the 50s. So, the place where you went to become a man, you joined. They didn't have to draft quite yet. So, and then go to the airborne division was government. Airborne then Ranger. Military was like they had special forces.
Becoming a dutiful patriot was never part of Henry's plan. Even in the army, he was loan sharking, running numbers, and selling food he stole from the kitchens. The scammer was finally arrested and discharged in 1963.
My mother and father, which humiliated, infuriated, all of that at the same time.
Hill is 20 when he returns to Brooklyn to Barrio's crew. Now his criminal career really takes off. He teams up with Jimmy Burke and gets into hijacking trucks and stealing cargo from Kennedy Airport. They make a lot of money together.
My dad and the whole time area would never take a gift from any money that Henry earned through these people.
Henry Hill and Jimmy Burke were living the gangster dream. They were making big bucks from stolen cargo. And they made sure the capo, Paul Vario, always got his whack. He was pleased.
Henry's not just a crook, he's a charming rogue. That's how he snares his wife, Karen, a dental hygienist.
Karen grew up in a typical middle income type of situation on Long Island, Jewish household, not Italian at all.
Karen is educated, intelligent, and funny. Henry is totally different from anything she knows.
I can't believe that the mystique of that lifestyle, enthralled her to some extent. They'd go to the Copacabana and it was wine and champagne and party.
When you go to the corporate manor and they come out and set up a table for you, and you go in to see whomever was playing. She was a very intelligent gal, very, very smart, so she
Henry and Karen are married a couple of months after they meet. Right after the wedding, Henry is back on the streets with Jimmy Burke. He is rarely at home.
She's fully aware of what Henry's lifestyle was and how they obtained money and how they lived.
The mob lifestyle has some aspects that Karen finds hard. Friday nights are for the girlfriends. Saturday nights are for the wives.
They all do it. They all do it. They can't change. They're incapable. They're incorrigible.
Karen decides to look the other way.
They like to turn a blind eye and take all the benefits. I call them bilkis. They get a lot of jewelry, a lot of diamonds. They shut their mouth like dum-dums. And then the husband can go do whatever he wants.
Years later, that self-indulgence had landed Henry in the clutches of the FBI. In true Goodfella fashion, Henry refuses to talk, so the feds play him another tape.
We recorded a lot of conversation on wiretaps.
Henry instantly recognizes the voice on the tape. It's Paul Vario.
Paul Vario was like a father to Henry Hill.
Vario is heard agreeing with Jimmy Burke. Henry is a junkie. He's a risk. He might talk. Henry has to go. Hill is shocked. Vario and Burke are like family. This can't be real.
What Henry doesn't realize is that the feds aren't interested in him, in his drug dealing. He's small fry. They're after much bigger fish. And they're using the tapes to scare him into cooperating.
Feds press him. Why do Vario and Paul want him dead? What does Henry know that could hurt them?
They tried to sweat it out of him and cooperate. He refused to crack, and he wasn't going to talk.
Henry Hill's stubbornness frustrates the feds. But will it land him in even greater danger?
People are fascinated with famous people. But why?
I want to be rich like celebrities. I think even my parents think through them. I can't keep my eyes off of them.
What is it that makes us want to know more about the people in the limelight?
They make us laugh. They make us cry. It's emotional when a celebrity dies. It's like a loved one passes.
That's the power of celebrity. Real lives, real stories, real celebrities.
Henry Hill has been arrested for trafficking drugs. The FBI interviews him and play him wiretap recordings of his mob associates planning to kill him. They can protect him if he cooperates, but Henry doesn't trust him. The agents ask him why do his closest pals, Paul Barrio and Jimmy Burke, want him dead. What does he know to make them so worried about him ratting on them? Henry thinks the tapes are a trick to get him to cooperate. No way is he going to do that. He goes against everything he believes in. And then Jimmy would definitely kill him. Back in the day when Henry and Jimmy are as big as thieves, they make a lot of money for the family. But they are all Jimmy's scams. Henry needs a big haul of his own to make his money.
Finally, before Henry works up one that will make his money. In 1967, at the airport, the shipment of more than 400,000 would be stashed in the room that the Air France cargo. Henry could smell it. All he needed to do was get the French security guard. At last, he had a brilliant plan.
And they had a gal pick up, they had a security there. She was a prostitute, but he didn't know it. And they go to a motel. So the whole plan was to get her to bring him to the jacuzzi, naked in the jacuzzi, him all juiced up and being fairly macho. They got into the room, took his keys.
Henry gets the keys copied and quickly puts them back while the guard is kept entertained outside.
Back in those days, a lot of these airlines used to just ship American dollars back to the United States. The supervisor that knew about this was going to notify him when he knew the cash was going to be available. And that's where the key was. All of it. There was semi-give up.
On April 7th, 1967, while the security guard is on a meal break, Henry and his accomplice enter the cargo terminal and steal $420,000, worth over $3 million today. No shots are fired, and the money is not reported missing until 4 days later.
Air France was the first major cash. They pulled that off very intelligently, and then it was left as a mystery.
And there was no clue. Perfect job. Now, again, as not being a made member of the mob, he had kicked back almost half of the mobsters, the aerial crew and other crews, people from other families who thought anything that happened there, they would get a cut.
Mario and Jimmy are impressed. Henry is a star. But if he thinks this is how it will always be, he is in for a rude awakening. Years later, the feds tell Henry that those same buddies that embraced him when he was riding high now want to kill him. There is nowhere he can hide from them. If he doesn't cooperate, they'll have to let him go. Out on the street, he is a dead man. The FBI can help him if he helps them.
It was a very trying time for him, psychologically, because he was embedded enough in the culture to know that, absolute worst.
Henry refuses to believe Paul and Jimmy would want to hurt him. Why would they? They've always done well by him.
After the air transport, Henry bought a restaurant called Sweet Lounge on Queen's Boulevard. It's never moved really. You'll find respectability. I saw this when I was in the market. Crooks hugging on businesses, so the police and the IRS can't work out what they're up to. The trouble with Henry though, it became a mob to hang out. And not a smart move for a man that was really trying to keep a low profile.
One night, a member of the Gambino family Billy Bass has a coming out of prison party at Henry's restaurant. An argument breaks out between him and an associate of Jimmy Burke's.
The real crux of that, Jimmy Burke had taken over his loan shark operation. Really bad, wanted it back.
Jimmy and his associate beat him nearly to death and then throw him in the trunk of Henry's car.
They got halfway to where they were going upstate to bury him. He was hiding in the trunk of the car. Jim went back and shot him.
Henry had crossed the line. He was now an accessory to the murder. The brutal reality of mob life began to sink in.
After the murder of Billy Bass, it's just the descent into hell, drug addiction, drug stuff. Everybody shooting and killing one another. It shows what the real is. It's a morality tale. Scorsese told the Goodfellas.
Henry can no longer be a bystander. Next time, he will have to participate.
Jimmy then asked Henry to help him collect a debt down in Florida. Henry knew it would mean more blood on his hands, but saying no was not an option. So the wannabe packed his bag. Little did he know that the trip was going to ruin his life.
Jimmy and Henry corner their target at a bar, demand he pay his debt. He pleads poverty, so Jimmy decides he needs some persuasion.
They took him to a local zoo down there. Feed him to threatened to feed him to the lions. That was a scare actor.
The big cats are very persuasive. The man pays up. But unknown to Henry and Jimmy, he is not about to leave it there.
Turns out, this guy's sister worked as a secretary of somebody in the FBI.
When his sister's FBI buddies hear it's Jimmy Burke, they decide to hit him hard.
So they took a small little simple assault and turned it into a federal case with vengeance with the FBI.
Henry and Jimmy are charged with kidnapping and attempted murder. They get 10 years each behind bars. Prison is an eye-opener for him.
Paulie was in at the same time on another charge. Jimmy Burke was in there, and they had about a handful of other wise guys. They had their like a donut box, separate little rooms, had their own things, stoves, cooking. They had pasta and anti-pastas and so on, including bottles of whiskey and wine and chaos. Believe this? We don't eat this good at home. No, that's it. This is unbelievable.
Prison was a real turning point for Henry. While he was inside, he still had to support his own family, so he started a new business selling drugs, cocaine, and marijuana. They were in huge demand. So Henry turned Karen into a drug dealer. He smuggled the drugs to prison, and the scam took off.
How to do this behind everybody's back. Paulie did. And Paulie was far from stupid. He knew what was going on. So during the prison time, that was fine.
After only 4 years in jail, Henry is paroled and he returns to New York. His family is struggling. He needs to make money. So he turns to the business he knows will give him a quick return. Drugs. It's a big mistake. Two years later, those drugs brought him in trouble with the FBI, and even more trouble with his friends. The feds now tell Henry that his wife is getting calls from Jimmy Burke's wife, asking about him. Henry is alarmed. Involving his family is against mob rules. The feds press him. If Henry wants to see his kids grow up, he must help them. The government can then protect him and his family.
He didn't want to do this from his heart. He didn't want to do this. It's a step that he never wanted to take.
Henry knows that if he talks, he's as good as dead, but he's run out of options.
Burke had a contract on him. So now he saw it was betray or be betrayed.
Money, power, sex, drugs. People in Hollywood, they can get away with murder.
When do you tune out a train wrap?
He was like the cat with nine lives. He keeps coming back.
She wanted to be a star. This was her time to shine.
That's just the tip of the iceberg.
Reels, real lives, real stories, real celebrities. Reels Channel is an independent, family-owned network providing great entertainment. Reels is available on cable and satellite systems nationwide, with full episodes streaming on Reels Now and on demand through mobile apps and other connected devices. To find out more about Reels, go to reels.com.
Henry Hill was drawn to the mafia because it was exciting, glamorous, and he was among friends. His life was like a movie, and the film Goodfellas captured it perfectly. Detective Colin McLaren spent 3 years undercover with the mafia. He knows how treacherous those friendships can be.
Whilst the mafia offers up power and money, it usually ends with a bullet to the head or a very, very long holiday to the big house. There's no suntan lotion there.
By the time he is 31, Henry is in prison for kidnapping and attempted murder. While inside, he starts dealing drugs to help his family survive. When Henry gets out after only 4 years, he is desperate for money, so he returns to the business he knows best, drugs.
The drug thing was good money, and can't manage anything needed to recuperate the losses from the time they were at first.
As so often happens, Henry is soon sampling his own product, and sure enough, he gets hooked. He's now snorting his profits. Henry needs a new source of income.
As soon as Henry got out of prison, he started sniffing around and looking for a big time scam like the Air France one. He also wanted to kick the drugs and win back respect that he'd lost amongst the mobsters. Then he found a monster of a scam. Apparently there was a load of jewellery and also millions of dollars of cash coming into the cargo hold of Lufthansa Airlines, just near to JFK Airport. So he worked it up and contacted his mentor, Jimmy Burke. All of a sudden the game was on again.
Henry hears no more about it until the morning after the robbery. It's all over the news. A huge heist out at JFK.
According to the FBI, these two broke into the Lufthansa cargo terminal at Kennedy Airport, got away with over $5 million in untraceable bills. Hospital and jewels valued at more than $800,000. It is the biggest cash robbery in U.S. history.
The police only know that sometime around 3 a.m., a van was driven into the Lufthansa cargo terminal at JFK. Thereafter, details are sketchy. The FBI has jurisdiction where there is theft of interstate shipments.
What we knew is, at that time, was 9 to 10 individuals walked into the cargo building with masks on, heavily armed, tied up everybody that was there on that shift, and took quite a bit of money.
The thieves then make the supervisor open the loading bin, and they fill their van with bags of jewelry and currency from overseas exchanges.
It was evident from the very beginning that it was probably an inside job. They thought it would be a couple of $1 million, but not $7 million.
In about 40 minutes, the thieves had carried out the biggest armed robbery in American history at the time, worth nearly 3 times that in today's money.
Henry never took harmless thing. His mentor Jimmy still gave me $50,000 cash for the tip-off,
It was Henry's proudest moment as a gangster. He and his friend Jimmy had pulled off one of the biggest heists of all time.
A robbery that size draws intense heat from local, state, and federal law enforcement. Jimmy Burke becomes increasingly paranoid. He tells his team to keep a very low profile.
He asked them not to spend the, next thing the guy shows up with his wife, his girlfriend's fur coats, Cadillacs, displaying too much too soon after the robbery.
To make matters worse, the police find the van used in the robbery.
The getaway driver. Instead of taking it to salvage yard, he decided to go visit his girlfriend, parked it in front of a no parking area, still had some of the equipment they used in the robbery still left in the van.
Jimmy Burke is furious. There are too many witnesses who rat him out of beds.
In the late 1970s, I was assigned as the federal prosecutor to work with the FBI and other law enforcement agencies investigating and hopefully prosecuting the cases that arose from the Lufthansa robbery. Actually, the first day, the consensus of opinion from the informants, and the informants were providing opinion, and they were saying it was either Jimmy Burke crew or the John Gotti crew. And at the time, Gotti was a premier hijacker. He was just released from prison, and speculation was that one of these two crews, which operated around Kennedy Airport, were responsible.
We had some informants that told us that the robbery was committed by a faction of the Casey family, headed up by Jimmy Burke. The question was at that point is trying to prove the case.
And a lot of our leads went cold because the crew went on a murder frenzy. Anybody who had information or anybody who wasn't trusted was executed. So that kind of dried up our witness pool because the people we wanted to talk to and get to cooperate were dead. Wanted to ensure that people who were knowledgeable would not become witnesses and testify against him. And he didn't want to share the booty. He wanted to have more money for himself.
2 years later, the FBI is still trying to crack the Lufthansa heist. With all the witnesses dead, they haven't got the evidence to nail Jimmy Burke for the robbery.
The FBI squad under Steve Crobone was constantly coming to me and saying, "You got to be. Let's follow up on this. Let's get this grand jury thing going. Let's call this witness to the grand jury." And one of the guys that Steve Crobone kept bugging me about over and over again was this guy Henry Hill. And Henry Hill was reputed to be selling drugs, reputed to be using drugs. He was really close to Burke, but that the informant information was that Burke and the Casey people were getting queasy about him, worried that he couldn't be trusted because of the drug involved. And he became the focus of significant attention. They arrested Henry in April of 1980.
Henry was between a rock and a very hard place. His protective Paul Vario was against drugs, and Henry was up to his ears in the stuff. Plus, he was an addict by now, and therefore a liability. If his drug case went to court, the wiretaps would sink Jimmy too. He was also up to his neck in drugs. If Jimmy was indicted, Henry would most certainly be whacked. Plus, Jimmy could feel the heat from the Lufthansa heist. Another good reason for Jimmy to whack Henry. Things were looking pretty grim for Mr. Henry Hill.
Henry isn't buying the Fed's story that he's a dead man walking. Why would his closest friends want to kill him? He's been loyal. He's made them both multi-millionaires. He would never rat on them. Henry decides he has nothing to give the Feds and wants nothing from them. He will put his faith in his family, the mob. He'll post bail of $100,000. The Feds have to let him go. Straight into the waiting arms of Jimmy Burke.
Celebrities are the people we invite into our homes. We watch their TV shows. We pay money to see their movies. But why?
they leave us with something to talk about on and on. There's the celebrity in them, and then there's the human being in them. They give up a lot, too, for their fame. You know, I like to see when celebrities pick themselves up.
That's the power of celebrity. Real lives, real stories, real celebrities.
Henry Hill has been arrested for drug trafficking. The FBI agents tell him his closest friends plan to kill him. His only way out is to rat him. Henry does not believe him. He refuses to cooperate, posts bail. Paul Barrio puts up the money. Now, Henry is more convinced than ever that his mob friends have deserted him.
This would be a traditional thing. You know, you want somebody assassinated, so you bring him out on bail, and he disappears. A lot of the other witnesses, that's just how they got to disappear. He's going to be killed. There's a ban in the Casey pit. Paul Barrio has a ban on narcotics trafficking. Yeah, Henry was a walking dead man.
The first thing Henry does when he gets out is meet with Jimmy Burke. Henry needs him to know that he hasn't talked to the feds and that everything is okay. But while he waits, Henry is getting anxious.
My experience with family loyalty and the mafia is that there is none. It could be your best friend that ultimately kills you.
Henry knew Jimmy was extremely paranoid. He also knew that he killed everybody involved in the Tunza heist. Henry also heard that wiretaps of Jimmy planning to kill him. Had Barrio sanctioned a hit? Henry, too, joined the paranoia club.
Burke, best way to describe anybody who knew him, because he was a mad dog killer, and anybody who was in any way associated with him could never rest comfortably any time of night or day. Burke had a reputation which was very well proved. The slightest whim he killed him.
Henry swears to Jimmy that he hasn't said a word to the feds and that everything is fine. Jimmy reassures Henry that he wants to help him beat the drug route and get back on his feet. But Henry senses that Jimmy is nervous.
Jimmy said, you know what? Why don't we get some cool off period out to Florida, pick up some money, we got to bring that's got to be done down there. He knew then, and then he knew that Paulie had sanctioned.
It was very normal. If you cross me and you do something wrong, you're going to get killed. Like, in that era, it was kill or be killed.
Henry has no doubt now that if he goes to Florida, he is never coming back.
At that point, Henry was concerned that he was going to be whacked. Okay, so it was a concern that someone was going to kill him, kill members of his family.
Jimmy, I'm sure he brought that before. This is our solution, our only solution. Dead men tell no tales.
Fearful that at any moment he could be killed, Henry tries to gather as much money as he can to leave town with his family.
The word on the street, informants go to the FBI and say, look, this guy's not hanging around. He's going to become a future. Henry's going to take off. He ended up facing lifetime jail.
Hey, baby.
Is
Is this you? Yeah.
Whilst Henry Hill waited for his accident, prosecutors were granted a warrant for his arrest. The feds then approached Henry and said, it's up to you. You either help, or you and your wife are probably going to get a one-way ticket to prison.
Federal prosecutor Ed McDonald visits Henry at home, finally persuades him to turn state's witness. It saves Henry's life. This is a critical moment that McDonald reprises with Scorsese's movie, Goodfellas.
By the time I met with him, he was putting up a good front. Let me out. I'll get man on the street. I'll wear wires. Henry, that's not going to work. You're going to have to cooperate. You're going to have to cooperate tonight. And he gave it up. He said, okay.
It's a brave decision. Henry is now a marked man.
It's $1 million bounty. The offer to me was $2 million. There was somebody who wanted to look for a reputation at any time, just went up and assassinated. Yes, they could, unsanctioned and whatever, just wanted to build a reputation. I killed Henry Gilder, the informant, you know.
On Memorial Day week, Henry, Karen, and their children entered the witness protection program.
Henry was very engaging. He had a very charismatic personality. You know, that shouldn't fool you. I mean, the guy was also a thug.
It was never the devil made me do it, the drugs made me do it, drinking made me do it. No, it was never. In the end, I chose to do what I did. And I did.
Henry Hill's testimony leads to 50 convictions. Paul Daria was sentenced to 10 years in prison for extortion. He dies in jail of respiratory failure at the age of 73. Jimmy Burke is sentenced to life in prison for murder. He dies in jail of cancer at the age of 64. Henry and Karen are relocated to Nebraska, but only last 2 years in witness protection, as Henry keeps blowing his cover. He and Karen separate in 1987.
Henry spent the rest of his days looking over his shoulder. Surprisingly, no one came after him. Whatever happened to the code of omerta in the mafia? So much wasted fear by the Irishman. He died of simple death, of heart failure, at the age of 69.
The boss of New York's most powerful crime company arrives home.
And his days were over.
His arch rival sends someone to meet him. A gunman steps from the shadows.
Because of the not killing us shouldn't be on the air.
Yet nothing about this hit is classic. Even the outcome is astonishing. It launches one of the strangest careers in mob history.
And a very weird double life. Ken is just like, you know, a ghost.
I'm Colin McLaren. I'm an ex-detective, and I went undercover in the mafia for 3 years. I got an insider's look at how mobsters think and work. I infiltrated the cell of mafia. A boss and 10 capos, we all became friends. I got to know what they were like, their thirst for power, their greed, their treachery. So it was time to say goodbye and send them all to prison for 80 years. Being a ginger candy, he feigned his madness more than 30 years. He could have even been an actor. Indeed, his actions went on to inspire TV shows like The Sopranos, even Law and Order, and Hollywood films. Whilst he was clever, he was incredibly dangerous.
In 1969, a strange-looking man appears on the streets of New York's Greenwich Village. He becomes a regular sight in the neighborhood.
He would mumble and look crazy and look totally unaware of what was going on.
Walking around with his robe and his hat.
Sometimes he's seen talking to men who look like gangsters. Rumor has it, the crazy man is connected to the mob.
It was difficult to really get a handle on who he was and who he was meeting with.
The crazy guy seen shuffling on the streets of Greenwich Village for 30 years was none other than Dimmick Chingy Clancy. He was the boss of one of the most powerful mafia families in New York. Whilst crooks have got to develop street smarts, Biggie the Chin was a cut above. He developed an extraordinary rat cunning that enabled him to survive in the mafia for all those years. With the down-the-flat routine, while it was a fixture on the streets, he really wasn't an idiot. He had them all fooled, including the cops.
We wasn't crazy, all right? He was clever enough to fool the governor.
I don't know if he had a Screen Actors Guild card, but he probably would have qualified.
Vincent Gigante was born in 1928 in Manhattan's Lower East Side. He grew up in Greenwich Village in an almost exclusively Italian-American community.
Around him were these so-called social clubs, which were mob hangouts, where he could see all the wannabes and the made men he was enveloped by.
Gigante's parents are first-generation immigrants from Naples. His father is a jewelry engraver and his mother a seamstress. Gigante's nickname Chin was given to him by his mother. It's short for Vincenzo. Chin is big for his age. He is strong and quick with his fists. He drops out of school after 9th grade and tries his hand at boxing.
Chin, he was a light heavyweight, and he had a record like 21 wins and 4 losses.
The Chin is making some money from boxing, but he wants more. So he drives cars and makes himself useful to the local wise guys.
He was a fighter, and he was a chauffeur. He worked a limousine company.
He was tough. He went to work the local big shots. He was about 5'11", he weighed about 180 pounds, and he was good with his fists.
Then, one night, Chin's boxing career hits the ropes.
He fought Jimmy Slade. And Jimmy Slade gave a bad day. He went up to hospital. He couldn't fight no more. He was thrown out the box.
That meeting changed Vinny's life. Now he had to find another career. The answer was sitting in the back seat of his limo. His mob clients had money to burn.
He worked hard to attract the attention of the mob bosses. Between the ages of 17 and 25, the Chin was arrested 7 times for illegal gambling, stealing cars, arson, and even possession of an unlicensed handgun.
He became an enforcer for loan sharks, bookmakers who wanted their money, any type of collection.
Like all wannabes, he hoped one day he might become a full member of the mafia. That's where the real money and the real power was.
While he's a gangster in training, Chin is still driving limos. It's through this job that he meets someone who makes officer ambitions come true.
He got close to Vito Genovese because he needed someone to influence to get him through the jobs. Vito had Chin drive him around as his only customer, and they got to know each other.
Vito Genovese is no ordinary mobster. He was once the boss of the Luciano family until he fled the country for 10 years to beat a murder round. On his return, he found his arch rival, Frank Costello, had taken his place. Costello was known as the Prime Minister of Organized Crime. On the surface, he was a reputable businessman, but in reality, he was the mafia's point man with top officials. Politicians, union leaders, and judges were all in his pocket.
Frank Costello was the man with the money
All the vending machines in the subways were hit. Candy bars, cigarettes, bubble gum machines. Nobody would break into them, believe it or not.
Now Genovese wants his throne back and realizes Gigante can help him. He places the young mobster with one of his top crews.
In no time, Vinny was working for the Greenwich Village crew, doling out floggings and pulling in the debts.
What Vinny doesn't know yet is that Genovese has big plans for him. He's going to help the old boss get back into power.
At 22, the Chin got himself married. The newlyweds moved into an apartment in Greenwich Village and had 5 kids. Now, the Chin needed more money than ever.
But as a lowly associate in a mob, there's no big payola. He needs to become a full member with all its perks and protection. So he does everything he can to gain Genovese's respect, which plays perfectly into the older man's plans.
He was clever. He made the right move at the right time. And Genovese, he's got confidence in the Chin.
Finally, the day arrives when Genovese is ready to make his play for the throne. Vinny knows he must kill someone to become a full member of the mafia. This is his big opportunity.
I've seen many wise guys and up-and-comers in the mafia, all looking for that one big break. The Chin had waited a long time for his. This was his moment. He snatched it with both hands.
Chin plans to get careful. Failure is not an option. He studies Costello's movements, decides on the best time and place to do it. On a quiet weekday night, he will wait for Costello, hidden in the lobby of his elegant Upper East Side apartment. At that time, the doorman is usually in his office. There'll be no witnesses. But when the big moment comes, nothing goes to plan.
You guys Q3 numbers ready for you.
Awesome. New system, Larry? Yeah, this is great.
Hey there.
Me and the missus were watching reels over the weekend, and I learned that Bobby Williams used to hire real homeless people to work as extras in all his films. So I followed his lead.
How cool is that?
There's always more to the story.
Oh, great.
Real lives, real stories, real celebrities.
I never knew that about Ronnie Williams. I should get my notes. Probably already in your TV package. Check the guy.
What?
Vincent Chin Gigante was drawn to the mafia for the wealth, power, and glamour. His life as a mobster was so extraordinary, it was like a Hollywood movie. It inspired an episode of the TV show Law and Order, as well as a character in The Sopranos. Detective Colin McLaren spent 3 years undercover in the mafia. He has seen firsthand how treacherous mob life really is.
Mafia guys tend to be of a type. The Vinny the Chin Gigante is unlike any other mobster I've ever known. He was mad, but very clever and extremely dangerous.
To become a made member of the mob, Gigante agrees to carry out a contract for his boss, Vito Genovese. He must kill top mafia don, Frank Costello. When Costello arrives in the lobby of his uptown apartment building, Chin will step out of the shadows to shoot him in the back of the head. It will all be over in seconds.
As Costello started walking through the door, sure enough, Vincent got up and with the line, "This is for you, Frank," aimed one shot.
Chin's youthful arrogance in calling out his victim's name changes everything. Costello turns his head at the exact moment Chin fires. He saves his life.
didn't kill him. The winter was minor head when we came very close.
To make matters worse, there's a witness. The doorman sees it all. He can easily identify the gunman. He describes him as 6 foot tall and about 300 pounds. Chin's mafia career could be over before it's begun, so he takes drastic action and goes on a crash diet.
Chin stayed away for about 3 months, changed his appearance, improved more hair and a mustache and a beard. He thought this would help when he came back, and he voluntarily surrendered.
A slivered Vincent Gigante returns to Manhattan and turns himself into the police. He is charged with attempted murder. During the trial, the prosecution calls their key witness, the doorman of Costello's apartment.
The only one that got a good look at him supposedly he was the doorman, but he was almost blind in one eye. They were able to really discredit him entirely.
The case then falls apart completely when Costello takes a stand.
The Chin shot at. But Costello never gave up the Chin. He never said it was the Chin.
Frank Costello, he knew who lined him up and took a shot at him. But he was old school mafia. His lips were sealed. He believed in the code of the murder, where you never rat on anybody and you certainly never ever talk to the feds.
Chin is acquitted on May 27, 1958. But the mob is yet to pass judgment on the failed hit. Chin's life is now mountains.
You don't take out a post. That's real rule number 1. You don't do that.
Lady Luck seems to be on Gigante's side, as there's no revenge attack on Costello's people.
The message was clear to Costello that his days were over, and he went into early retirement rather than face the Genovese faction of the family.
Costello doesn't want to war. His retirement means that Vito Genovese can regain his throne as boss of the Luciano family, which now takes his name.
Instead of being executed for the attempted hit, Vinny the Chin actually became a made man in the newly named Genovese family. Remarkable, really.
Vincent has made his bones. He's a top aide to Vito Genovese. The world looks like his fluff. Everything should be going his way. Bigger and better jobs, bigger and better loot.
But Chin's rise in the family has a serious downside. He drifts into the crosshairs of the FBI because his godfather, Vito Genovese, dabbles in the forbidden and starts trafficking hard drugs.
Federal agents have been working on a narcotics case involving Genovese, and who was his right-hand man? None other than Vincent Chin Gigante.
The mafia bans all members from getting involved in the drug business.
The reason why they had to know it all, because, some guy gets busted on drugs. He's going to get a good 30 years, 20 years. Other guys don't want to do that time. Their possibility of flipping higher.
Heroin trafficking is heavily monitored by FBI agents, so it's only a matter of time before they pounce. Genovese's car, driven by Chin, is pulled over while on a drug run.
They wanted Vito in the worst way. They didn't want the Chin. It was his driver. But because it was in the limo and Vito sat in the back seat. As soon as they got in there, they arrested him.
Genovese gets 15 years in prison, while the Chin only gets 7. Behind bars, Chin and his boss become close.
Genovese actually helped financially the Gigante family. And because of this, for the rest of his life, there's no question about it. What loyalty would be extended by Vincent Gigante to Vito Genovese?
The Chin was no fool. He made an effort to get on well with the prison guards. He was hard-working and easygoing and became a model prisoner. It all paid off. He shaved 2 years off his sentence.
When the Chin gets out, Genovese promotes him to a capo in the crime family.
Chin was still in his 30s when he was made captain of the Greenwich Village crew, the same crew that he started up with all those years earlier. Now he was the new mobster pin-up boy. He pulled his crew together in a place that was behind me called the Triangle Social Club. The typical mobster hangout. It's where they planned their scams.
Vincent was in the money. And, although he's running everything from Manhattan, he has family and he decides to move to the suburbs to a place called Old Tappan, New Jersey.
It's here that a foolish incident motivates Gigante's plan to never again see the inside of a jail cell. The Chin has now become very paranoid about law enforcement surveillance.
While he was in Old Tappan, it was a 5-man police force. He drive for police officers, make sure if there was ever any surveillance or any other law enforcement people around to tip them off.
The feds find out. Chin now faces criminal prosecution for trying to bribe the police. The prospect of more jail time forces him to come up with an extraordinary ploy to beat the charges.
He came up with the idea that if he was mentally incompetent, he wouldn't be able to stand trial.
Gotta live a little, right? I mean, Bill and I were watching Real Smooth Dinner last night, and would you believe that Johnny Depp spent $30,000 on wine in just 1 month? Huh? Really? I wonder what he drinks. Really, child. Is that your friend?
There's always more to the story. Real lives, real stories, real celebrities.
I did not know that about Johnny Depp. Sure, I do. It's probably in your TV package. Just check it out.
Vincent Chin Gigante is out on parole after 5 years in the slum. The experience hit him hard. He never wants to spend another night in jail. So when he's arrested for bribing poor cause, he comes up with a radical solution.
He started with what came to be known as the Chin's Act, the Crazy Act, feigning and building competency, which he really invested 30 years into, with a lot of effort, and but no one else before him, or really since.
The Chin's brother was a real-life priest, Father Louis Gigante. So he got his brother to explain to the media he was mentally unwell. And all Vinny wanted to do was to give the police a tip as a Christmas present. To back it up, Vinny checked himself into a mental hospital.
We got a slew of psychiatrists to label him. They said he was schizoid, paranoid, and that possibly he had suffered brain damage when he was a light heavyweight boxer.
Chin's lawyers then present the evidence that he is mentally unfit to stand trial. It works. The charges are dropped. This sets the template for his public behavior for decades to come.
This Mental Incompetency Act fooled some people. Gigante was a very powerful, cunning, strategic criminal.
At this time, there is another major change in Chin's life. After nearly 20 years of marriage, he and his wife separate. Chin moves his mistress into a townhouse on Manhattan's Upper East Side, one of the wealthiest parts of New York. They go on to have 3 children together. Despite sharing this safe haven with his mistress in the right part of town, Chin's still very paranoid about being watched by the feds.
He instilled reverence of fear in people, knew not to use his name, and was fearful of his but that served him well. He also was very careful not to go off in enclosed spaces and buildings, so he could go for walk talks.
To foil the FBI's attempt at surveillance, Chin establishes a truly bizarre schedule to this day.
But then he would start his day there after lunch. He'd come out of his mother's apartment at 225 Sultan Street, dressed in his usual bathrobe and pajamas, looking awfully frail and sickly. He'd shuffle along the street down to the Triangle Social Club where he'd go inside and get down to the serious business. It was all them about planning and scamming.
Things in Gigante had the strange notion that the FBI didn't work at night. Because he would be under surveillance at night. But he would stick around the Triangle Social Club till darkness.
Then about midnight, a car would pull up out in front, and Vinny in his pajamas would shuffle out into the car, and he'd be driven home to the Manhattan Upper East Side. Then the next day, the same routine would happen again, day after day, year after year. The feds had no idea how to deal with this. They were completely stumped.
While Chin is first playing the crazy man for the feds, his boss and mentor, Vito Genovese, dies of a heart attack in prison. He's replaced by a low-key Don named Philip Lombardo.
Gigante had the sense to throw his loyalty into Lombardo. And Lombardo was a different kind of Genovese boss, godfather. He didn't want any publicity. He didn't want any kind of attention. He was known as one of the most secretive godfathers in America.
After 12 lucrative years running the Genovese crime family, Lombardo retires due to ill health and anoints the Chin as his successor.
They're rolling in millions in gambling and loan sharking, other extortions, bookmaking, narcotics. Who do you think everybody else in the family, including Lombardo, wanted as their new boss? Vincent Chin Gigante.
The Chin was in his 50s when he became the leader of probably the most powerful mafia family in the country. But his success only increased his paranoia. He knew that now he would attract much more attention from the feds.
Even though he's the boss of the family, he adapted Lombardo's concept of secrecy. He wanted somebody else to be his leader, to act as the boss. And he appointed someone by the name of Tony Salerno, that Tony Salerno.
Salerno acts as the Chin's street boss to throw the feds off his scent. And out of fear, wise guys developed ingenious ways of getting around saying his name.
He was a very ruthless guy. We had information where disputes between family members, people outside the family, had to be escalated to the boss. And family members, they would just point to their chin and they would refer to Mr. Gigante.
If anybody was caught using his name, dropping his name in a public conversation, they would be killed.
It's only a matter of time before someone slips up, and the feds have bugs everywhere that the mob complicates.
Across the area that Genovese family was overheard referring to a plot to kill John Gotti that was ordered by Gigante.
Gigante had sworn to kill John Gotti to avenge the murder of his fellow godfather, Gambino boss Paul Castellano.
Gigante did try to get John Gotti for that because he did what he did to Paul Castellano without permission.
Chin is the boss of the family and someone who's very interested in self-preservation did not take it well when other bosses were killed without approval of the commission. If it went unchecked, his life would be in danger because people would think, well, you can kill your boss without repercussion.
Unlike the image Gigante projects for the FBI, taking out a contract on rival Gotti reveals Chin is no befuddled fool. It's the action of a very sane and a very dangerous mafioso.
Chin got together a team of hitmen to whack John Gotti.
Gigante. He isolates himself from everything. That's the way he's been able to survive so many years. Not just because of this crazy act, but he's able to survive because he knew how to use other people to do his dirty work. So nobody would connect with him, you know.
He would go on to become the most powerful mafia head in New York City, and certainly no other mafia boss would attempt something so audacious.
The bold use of a car bomb in New York City would galvanize the feds. The Chin was now one of their prime targets.
Sounds like little Brenda comes from grounded, doesn't it?
Oh, actually, we were watching Real last night before bed, and we learned that Prince, when he was a kid, got locked in his room for 6 weeks.
Oh, this is a musical genius. Thank you.
There we go. Sounding back, sweetie.
I didn't get that.
There's always more to the story. Real lives, real stories, real celebrities.
You read about Prince? No, I wish we had reels.
Vincent Chin Gigante is now the boss of the powerful Genovese crime family. Detective Coleman McLaren spent 3 years undercover with the mafia, and he knows that beneath all the power and wealth is a life of treachery and murder. To survive and stay out of jail, Gigante develops an extraordinary crazy act that fools the feds and goes on to inspire books and classic TV shows like Law and Order and The Sopranos.
He was that good at it, he bluffed all of the medical authorities. Psychologists actually thought he had mental health issues, and nobody could prove otherwise.
For years, FBI agents watched Gigante, looking for any evidence that he is in fact the boss of the Genovese family. Finally, in 1986, a wiretap picks up a mobster saying that Chin has ordered a hit on Gambino boss John Gotti. Only a boss can order such a contract.
That wiretap resolved a question that many in the New York mafia had been asking. How did Gotti manage to escape the hit? He killed his underboss.
The answer is that the FBI is legally obliged to inform anyone, including a criminal, if their life is in danger.
The FBI had picked up on surveillance that the hit was coming closer to Gotti, and they stepped in to save his life.
Gotti avoids the hit, and Gigante's assassin squad make a massive error. They end up rubbing out his underboss, Frank Cheatham.
They thought John Gotti was Carl, and they somehow mistakenly thought it was John Gotti when it was Frank Chico.
A car bomb on the streets of New York makes the feds even more determined to bring Gigante down. They just need more evidence.
Using a car bomb is extremely rare. It never happens. It's usually consistent. They don't really do that here. Because it draws too much attention.
FBI agents start to close in on Gigante, who then steps up his crazy act to dupe them into believing he is incapable of being a ruthless mob boss.
And he would walk around the streets urinating at times. If he saw himself being followed, he would drop to his knees and claim he was praying to the church.
What Gigante had done, voluntarily checking himself into the same psychiatric hospital over and over again, over 20, 30 years, he would go in and there'd be a documented record of him being there for a week or two. There would be a record of him being prescribed some pretty messy psychotropic drugs, and he has physicians and doctors swearing by this.
While the Chin was busy protecting his crazy act, the FBI delivered a massive blow to the mafia families. The feds were now armed with the ultimate battering ram that would change the face of organised crime, the RICO Act. This allowed the feds to go after not just individuals, but organised crime families.
So what RICO does, it's a law that's the Racketeer Influence Corrupt Organizations Act, and it was designed to help law enforcement target gangs that were difficult to penetrate and that were operating as a gang.
Gigante's acting street boss, Matt Tony Salerno, is convicted of racketeering along with the other bosses of the New York Five families. Once again, Gigante's crazy act slips the net.
All his contemporaries, all the other mob bosses got taken out in the commission case, prosecuted and given 100-year sentences. Gigante avoided that successfully using mental incompetency.
Vinny's crazy act was becoming a bit too common around the streets of Greenwich Village actually worked. Even specialists were convinced that he had mental health issues, and nobody could prove otherwise.
But the FBI is not convinced. Agents set up round-the-clock surveillance of the Chin and immediately spot something strange.
They could see Gigante shuffle in with his usual act, a tattered bathrobe, pajamas, slippers. He had other crime bosses coming to meetings with him. No one would go to meet with someone who had mental incompetency.
Suspecting that Gigante is only acting crazy is one thing, but getting solid evidence to indict him is much harder.
Which is very careful, very strategic, and very secretive, of course, and cunning.
The Chin's cunning kept him out of the FBI crosshairs for years, until in the late 1980s he made one fatal mistake. He failed to see the treachery of a close friend who was working a multi-million-dollar scam for him. The scam was known as the Windows Racket, and it would lead to the Chin's undoing.
The New York City Housing Authority has nearly 180,000 apartments in New York. In 1978, they decided to change all the windows.
You had 20 or so construction companies who were engaged in the business of installing replacement windows. You got a contract like that for a company, it was lucrative.
As soon as they get wind of the plan, New York's mafia families see a golden opportunity to make a huge amount of money.
It was a deal that eventually resulted in $1 billion in window installments.
Those were very lucrative contracts, and you could be sure that they were not giving the city any discounts.
The mob infiltrated the construction unions, and by controlling the workmen, they had a grip on the companies that bid for contracts. They could make them bid higher, so their own lower bids won the job. Manipulated the marketplace.
Essentially put the masses and decided who would win the next bid. Anybody who would inflate all would then union members and others their window smash.
A friend of Vinny's, Peter, the company set up the contracts. Massive profits blinded the chief to the treachery that was about to begin.
Was caught up in a drug deal and was arrested by the FBI. Barclay Karenga decided to cooperate, and here told the story of how he was involved in 6 murders and implicated Mr. Savino in those murders.
The feds know that Savino is close to the Chin, and that he is also involved in the windows racket. They drag him in and make him an offer he can't refuse.
I told him if he didn't cooperate with us and go outside and begin to record conversations he was having with some of his criminal associates, that would arrest him at that point and put him in jail.
Savino gives it all up. He tells the FBI what's going on, and more important to the FBI, he mentions Chin Gigante. This is the first breakthrough they've had. Almost 15 years of trying to do something with Chin Gigante. And Savino agrees to cooperate.
Peter Savino wears a wire for 18 months, recording conversations with mobsters close to the Chin, like Capo, Benny Eggs Mangano.
Remember you were still when it came out of that chair. Okay, I'll look at it. He had said to go out and get to work.
The tapes confirm that Chin is the Genovese boss, and that he is involved in the windows racket.
Vincent tells him about Davis and implicates other things. For some reason, he even tells Savino about his crazy act. He says, spread the word that I'm crazy.
While Gigante completely trusts Sabina, members of the family suspect he's a rat. The Chin refuses to believe it, blinded by greed.
Even though Chin had no suspicions or didn't want to do anything, a lot of other people get very suspicious of Pete Sabina. They come to Chin and say, we have a whack. We've got to whack Sabina. They don't trust him.
The Chin remains loyal to his friend until it is too late.
However, Gigante would not allow a hit. He protected Sabino for 2 years. Well, Sabino was working undercover and getting a lot of people in trouble.
Finally, the hammer comes down, and the Chin is arrested.
In May of 1990, the odd father, as Vinny the Chin was now being called, was charged with racketeering, so he wheeled out his defence in his pajamas and mental illness. But this time, the judge ordered a hearing to make sure he could really stand trial.
The judge orders 2 psychiatrists to examine him. He's detained in a federal hospital and kept under observation 24 hours a day. The Chin keeps up his crazy act the entire time.
Chin acted in the court would have made him a top-level thespian. He was terrific.
He was able to convince the psychiatrist that he was psychotic, had brain damage, and therefore he was unfit to stand trial.
For a period of 7 years, we did not proceed with any criminal trial of Mr. He went through a number of lawyers, claimed that he was competent.
But the feds don't give up. They are convinced the Chin is taking them all for a ride.
Surveillance was very difficult block to surveil because Gigante basically had the whole neighborhood as a warning system.
He had men on rooftops with binoculars, surveillance on the FBI. What kind of car they were in up the block, where they bugged this car underneath the fender and that car. I would walk into 208. And he'd say, listen, they just took your picture out there by the front door.
FBI surveillance on his mistress's townhouse and wiretaps on the home phone finally reveal a man who is far from crazy.
As soon as he got into that townhouse, he would hang up his robe, put on regular clothes, start counting money, start accessing records, reviewing things, summoning visitors to come see him. All of those seemingly normal behaviors proved that this was an act.
The game was on. Who was going to win? The medics with their tests and evaluations? Or the FBI with their surveillance logs and grainy photographs? Was the boss of the most powerful mafia family in New York ever going to stand trial?
Like us on Facebook. Follow us on Instagram. Watch us on YouTube. Reels.
One of the greatest stars in the history of Hollywood is gone.
She was a very heavy drinker.
This autopsy tells me more about how he lived than how he died.
He took everything to the extreme.
I know I have a very self-destructive tendency. But she definitely had an amazing life.
In 1990, Vincent Gigante was indicted under the RICO Act for racketeering. His defense team with court-appointed psychiatrists claimed he was mentally deficient and unfit to stand trial. The prosecution, armed with years of FBI surveillance materials, suggested that Chin was putting on an elaborate act that had fooled everyone.
In August 1996, the federal court judge made a plain decision that the Chin was indeed able to stand trial.
When Gigante is brought to court, he appears as mentally unstable as ever. He looks vacant, staring into space and murmuring to himself. His well-honed act takes center stage in his powerful courtroom performance.
But those in the courtroom noticed that he was dropping it. Sometimes he was supposed to have a tremor or shaking in one leg. And times in the trial, shaking in one leg.
Gigante's crazy act can't sustain the relentless scrutiny of the court.
Called members of the other families to look and cooperate, including one time under boss of the Gambino family, Samuel Bolsonaro, as well as other witnesses.
These high-level informants all confirm that Chin's apparent mental disorder is an act.
And Paul testified about many different encounters where he was very lucid, very clear.
The government's star witness is the man who Chin had refused to believe was a traitor, Peter Sabine.
Sabino was one of the biggest captures the FBI ever landed. Very simple. He gave up the whole Windows racket that involved 4 families. Sabino unveiled everything. He had the statistics, he had the documents.
Finally, the court is convinced that Vincent Gigante is fit to stand trial. The Chin is indicted, together with a number of big shots from the Gambino, Lucchese, and Colombo families. On July 25th, 1997, a guilty verdict is finally returned. Gigante is sentenced to 12 years in prison for his part in the Windows conspiracy.
In prison, Chin kept up his crazy act, even while still running the Genovese family. In the mafia, a boss can stay the boss until he dies or retires. Vinny had 12 years to serve. Then he would be back out on the streets. The FBI knew that if they wanted to put an end to the cunning fox, they would have to hit him again and again.
For the next 3 years, the Chin is observed very closely in prison. His interactions with guards and other prisoners are monitored, and his phone calls are recorded. New cracks begin to appear in his crazy act.
They saw one of his sons, Andrew Esposito, was briefly reserved. And even though Chin knew his conversations were being recorded, he sounded sensible. And they had telephone conversations that he had made, which did sound sane.
This new proof is sufficient for Gigante to stand trial again.
Chin Gigante was re-indicted for obstructing justice before his trial, throughout a trial, and after the trial.
The FBI then hits Chin where it hurts. His immediate family and relatives, who long supported his crazy act, will also be charged with obstructing justice. His son Andrew has followed in his father's footsteps and is facing extortion charges.
Well, I think the evidence was powerful, including a lot of telephone recordings from the prison, and then also the observations of the staff there. Wasn't able to maintain his act or keep up his act. He probably figured it's a futile effort at this point.
It does the trick. On April 7, 2003, Vincent Gigante pleads guilty to obstructing justice by engaging in an act of mental incompetency.
He was convicted, he was given another 3-year sentence. And except for Andrew, his son, he was able to, a plea agreement, immunize everybody else, all the relatives who for years had sworn in affidavits and had testified that he was mentally incompetent.
On the day the curtain finally came down on Vincent Gigante's 30-year pajama party, court reporters said he looked relieved.
Well, there is no doubt that I loathe the mafia. Vinny the Chin was a tad different. He could have been a contender. He could also have been an actor. He filled the justice system for ages.
He was the kind of guy that can shake your hand and say, I love you, and the next day take it out because he really doesn't like it.
He was successful in staying out of prison, more so than most of our bosses. But ultimately, he was brought to justice and indicted.
After serving only 8 years, Vinny the Chin Gigante's health declined. He died in prison of heart disease in December 2005. Whilst his crazy act might have inspired TV shows like Law and Order and The Sopranos, perhaps it is he who deserves a posthumous award for best performance as a madman in the long-running horror show that is The Mafia.
I'm leaving. Don't come out here too much. I sprayed alcohol and the windows are up. Are you hearing me? Okay. I love you.